Thank you for tuning into the live show. Thank you for tuning into the live show. Okay. All right. It is currently 9:56 p.m. and today's date is the 9th of March, 2025. Yes, y'all. It is the third month of 2025. How are you doing? How are you doing so far? All right. So today I am here. All right. Yesterday I wasn't here, but I'm like, I got to be here today. All right. So moving forward, a lot has been going on, okay? A lot has been going on. I am hearing a lot about government shutdown. What is going on here?
With a possible government shutdown less than a week away, federal agencies have now started the mandatory process of planning to bring non-essential functions to a halt. That high-stakes budget showdown comes as tensions are running high on Capitol Hill. Just a few days after President Trump's joint address to lawmakers. Among the residual tensions, Democratic Congressman Al Green removed from the chamber after he spoke out during the president's speech.
The chair now directs the sergeant at arms to restore order.
Restore order.
Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Get him out.
And 2 days later, lawmakers voted to censure Congressman Green for his outburst. 10 Democrats, in fact, joined with Republicans in a formal condemnation of the Texas Democrats' actions. Today, one of those Democrats defended her censure vote right here on CNN.
If Kamala Harris was the president and someone was heckling her, I certainly would vote to censure that person as well. So I think if we're going to have a level of civility in the House of Representatives, it must be applied equally and to both parties.
All right.
Now, a Republican congressman is calling on Democrats to be removed from their committee assignments for singing "We Shall Overcome" on the House floor during the vote to censure Green.
We shall overcome.
A proposal
man,
that's being slammed by Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
And my team informs me that some far-right extremists have introduced a resolution to try to throw Democratic members of the House off of our committees.
Man.
That resolution is going nowhere. You ain't throwing no one off of any single committee.
Okay, Hakeem.
I'm joined now by Democratic Congressman Al Green, the man at the center of this controversy. Congressman, great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
So what is your reaction to Representative Gillen and the other 9 Democrats who voted to censure you? What are you reading into that?
Well, first, let me indicate that what was done was a response to incivility. The president
that came from you. It came from you, bro.
Using incivility to take advantage of our civility. It was a peaceful protest.
No,
and
that wasn't peaceful.
I engaged in the protest, and I understand that when you do this, you will have to suffer consequences, and I'm prepared to suffer consequences. It doesn't mean that I agree with the consequences.
You damn sure right.
I don't think any of my colleagues should be in any way brought into this. This is something that I did of my own volition. And I would add that, unfortunately, given the circumstances with Medicaid, which is something I don't want us to lose focus on, unfortunately, I don't want to see this stop. What I'm saying to you is I don't want to see the protestation stop, not violent, peacefully, because people will suffer if they lose Medicaid. In Texas, we have the highest rate of uninsured persons in the country. I believe that we have to do all that we can to protect people across the country, and I am going to fight for my constituents here in Texas. Now, with reference to my colleagues, I did not in any way encourage people to do one thing or another, but I appreciate what they did. And my hope is that this will not bring anything more than has already been done. But if it does, I would hope that it would be focused on me and not them. I am the person who brought this to the attention of the public. And quite frankly, my dear lady, if circumstances remain the same, I would have to do it again. People will suffer and die if we lose Medicaid. And the Congress has been mandated to cut $880 billion from the committee that has jurisdiction of Medicaid. This is unthinkable, it's unbelievable, and I will not allow myself to sit silently by while this takes place.
So it sounds like you are saying ultimately your goal was to bring attention to any potential cuts or further cuts to Medicaid. And you felt like you wanted to address this to the president head on.
He didn't do it peacefully.
Were you
though.
expecting that there might be punishment like what would soon follow? Or what were your expectations? How did you think it would be received by the president and by the entire chamber?
I was about to make my departure. I had my coat and my cane, and as I was collecting my portable items, the president indicated he had a mandate. And I was then taken aback. It was a trigger. And I responded spontaneously to let him know that he didn't have a mandate to cut Medicaid. My expectations are always what John Lewis and I discussed when we talked about peaceful protest. One, you have to get in the way. You create a disturbance, but you have to do this. And the second thing is you have to be prepared to suffer the consequences. So I hold no animus toward the speaker. The people who escorted me out were very kind to me. But the point is Medicaid is the issue, and we have to stay focused on that. And I'm prepared to suffer the consequences. My hope is that it will only be Al Green. I don't want my colleagues involved in any kind of sanctions. They were responding to the incivility that we've suffered. And the president, on the very evening that I was escorted from the House floor, the president called my colleagues lunatics. Now that is a level of incivility that we shouldn't have to suffer. The president won't be sanctioned. He's not going to be censured. He won't be reprimanded. The president seems to have a pass when it comes to his inanity, not insanity, his inanity. He called a senator by a name that is considered a pejorative. He does these things with somewhat an immunity that is not understandable.
So, Congressman, over the years, we've seen other outbursts during presidents' addresses to Congress from Obama and Biden as well. We've seen outbursts from lawmakers as well as demeanor coming from a Supreme Court justice. Take a look.
There are also those who claim that our reform efforts would ensure illegal immigrants. This, too, is false. The reforms I'm proposing would not apply to those who are here illegally.
All right, Nancy.
It's not true. Including foreign corporations, to spend without limit.
I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by some of you. Look, folks.
So among them, you saw Congressman Joe Wilson, who,
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Why you had Justice Alito with his expression saying not true, and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene there with that confrontation with Biden. None of them were censured nor escorted out. Is this a reflection of the climate that we are in right now? What is the difference here of how what your experience was versus theirs?
Thank you for the question. The climate of which you speak is one that I have lived in for most of my life. I'm a son of the segregated South. The rights that were enshrined in the Constitution for me, my friends and neighbors denied me. I had to go to the back door, drink from a colored water fountain, sit in the back of the bus, and I had relatives who were locked up in the bottom of the jail. I have acclimated to this kind of behavior, but quite candidly, it is a double standard and it is a form of invidious discrimination. But I was prepared to suffer whatever the consequences are when I decided that I would engage in this peaceful protest. I never used any sort of a profanity. I never made any threats. I merely said, you do not have a mandate, and this is true.
Is there another, pardon me, is there another extension of this? Does your moment end up serving as a distraction too when your party seems to be struggling to exercise a real cohesive approach here?
I believe what I did puts a focus on Medicaid. I believe that this may be the means by which we can prevent Medicaid from being cut, because I think it would be difficult now for them to move forward to cut it, given that we have brought this to the attention of the public. I don't see it as a distraction. I see it as a positive action to protect Medicaid.
So then that brings me to the budget now. Just moments ago, House Speaker Mike Johnson formally unveiled plans for a government funding stopgap through September 30th, a measure intended to stave off a potential March 14th shutdown. And
they always say the government is going to shut down, but it's never going to shut down.
Buy time for President Donald Trump and the GOP leaders to steer key pieces of his agenda through Congress this summer. You think you'll support this?
I think I'll take a close look at it. I still believe in collegiality. I think that compromise is still something that is a benefit. I think it's a positive thing. So I'll take a look at what they're proposing. But what I will not do is vote for something that's going to cut Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security. These are the social safety nets that my constituents depend on, and I will stand for them because they can't be there to stand for themselves.
All right, U.S. Congressman.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. However, it's like the way he did it, pointing his cane to the president's like disrespectful. However, it's like right course, wrong tactic.
Malik, okay, so you used to be an Obama bro, and then you went to where?
Bernie.
And then you went?
Trump.
Okay, explain. How did this happen?
Needs explanation.
So, I was a lifetime Democrat.
Here we go.
Probably the only Republican that I know of in my family, but I was a lifelong Democrat.
And you are, just for the record, you're from Mississippi.
Mississippi, from the great Magnolia
a black
State.
person from Mississippi, which means you were a Democrat.
Yeah, longtime Democrat up until 2016. I had said that if the Democratic Party nominated Hillary Clinton, because I was against Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, all of that era of Democrats, I said that I was going to leave the Democratic Party. I was like,
what a personality.
Oh, a number of things.
Because they weren't far left enough for you.
Oh, no.
No, the Clintons are terrible. I'm with you. I'm with you so far.
What's the problem with Hillary, that Hillary alone would make you leave the Democratic Party?
I didn't like what the Clintons represented when it came to the Democratic Party. I thought that there were too many people beholden to the Clintons, and I did not like the era of Clintons. I did not like Hillary Clinton talking about super predators. I didn't like none of that stuff. But so I left the Democratic Party. I said that, and in fact, believe it or not, I started thinking that I was going to vote for Jeb Bush, because I said, if they nominate Hillary, I'll just switch over and vote for Jeb Bush.
Mm-hmm.
All right, okay.
Well, so far.
Well, Jeb Bush got out.
Yeah.
I think
Jeb exclamation point.
maybe
flames.
in January of that year.
Let me ask you. Okay, so there's Bernie. You went to Bernie.
Yep.
Why not Trump at that time?
Well, because I was still a Democrat. I said myself, I was like, okay, well, you know what? I'm still a Democrat, and to be honest,
what are the Democratic principles that you liked?
A number of. You know what? I'll say this. Until I became a Republican, I realized that I was, like many people, you're a product of your environment. So I grew up around Democrats. I just became a Democrat. I didn't know why I became a Democrat. I just became a Democrat.
So there were no Democratic principles that you...
Well, I guess maybe the other question is, did you become more conservative, or were you always conservative?
What I realized in 2016, that I had conservative principles that I just... suppressed?
Sure.
Because that's not the Democrat thing to do. So even as a Democrat, when I was like, you know what, I don't think I'm pro-choice. Okay. And people were around me like, well, you can't be a Democrat there.
But my question to you, as a lifelong conservative and someone who, deeply believes in the principles of conservatism, What drew you to Trump? Because he's not conservative at all, not personally, and his policies, like protectionism and skyrocketing the debt and America First, none of that's conservative. So what drew you to Trump from a position of identifying as a conservative at that time?
Well, I didn't look at Trump as a conservative.
Common sense.
Like he wasn't.
Just
When I
common
think
sense.
of conservative Republicans,
He's not.
I look at people like one of my favorite, Condoleezza Rice.
Sure.
As I continue
Mitt
to say,
Romney, John McCain, right?
not John McCain, but
What?
not Mitt Romney.
What?
Well, I'm giving you
Who
my.
is your version of
Okay,
conservative?
I'm telling you.
Wait, you're saying John McCain is not conservative?
No. My.
You're-
Like when I was a
You're
Democrat,
a conservative that you would like, not that
when
he's
I
not
was a
conservative.
Democrat,
Just
there
about
are
personalities.
when-
Because I hear no policies.
because I haven't been allowed to get to that point.
Fair enough.
Exactly.
When I was
Let him
a
talk.
Democrat,
Let him
I
talk,
looked
y'all.
at people like GW. I looked at people like Condoleezza Rice.
Yep.
Those are people that I said, I like, whether they were conservative, Republican, it really didn't matter. I like them.
Yeah, they were
Now,
great.
there were a number of things.
Personality.
It wasn't just personality. There were a number of other things. Now, people attack George, G.W. Bush. Remember, Kanye West said, that he was racist. I started looking at those type of things, even in how we look at race. And that's how, during the Obama administration, I was one of those who, and I will admit, I had a lot of unfair expectations of Barack Obama as a black president. There were many things that I assumed, we got a black president now, so we about to be good up in here. And I realized that was just unfair to Barack Obama. But when I started looking at some of the actual policies, I realized, you know what? I like to keep more money in my pocket.
That all makes total
talk
sense. That makes total sense. And I had the same sort of awakening. I was younger. It happened at 16, 17. But I had the same thing. I thought I was a Democrat. I started questioning their policies. I really started identifying with conservative policies. Trump is so repulsive. I don't mean personally. I mean politically to conservatism. I don't understand how you could, having identified your new level of conservative policies, embrace a Trump.
Well, Donald Trump was the default. By that point, Donald Trump was
He's what we
already.
had.
That's literally what who
Was
had.
it, I mean, the Bernie to Trump move, was it populism?
It was. I actually
To a
saw. To a degree, I saw in Trump some of the things that I saw in Bernie. Bernie.
Can you guys just imagine how successful this man has become from being a developer in New York, from being an author, writing books, building buildings, now the president of the United States, and still we're gonna talk about he's not the definition of he's the definition of the American dream. Okay, go home to mommy and understand that man right there, that man's life story is the definition of the American dream. You can say his father gave him millions of dollars, whatever. Okay, a lot of people grew up with money and they don't have the money now. Okay, so you can argue back and forth. And he happens to be top 10, probably top 5. Some people are even saying he happens to be one of the greatest president the United States has ever had. Some people are saying the greatest ever. I mean, just letting y'all know. So this man right here, some respect on his name, Jesus.
Bernie was a guy who was willing to go against the grain. He was
Disruptor.
unorthodox, and most
Still
of
no
all,
policy. You've mentioned no policy this entire time.
Well,
all personality.
So are we talking about liberal policies or conservative policies?
Well, I mean, we've tried to talk to you about liberal policies that attracted you, conservative policies.
Well,
you
he said
mentioned no
he'd like to
personality.
keep more of his money. That's
Okay.
That's policy.
We talked about abortion. There are a number of things.
Yeah, I mean, those
and
are
I don't,
policies.
I'm not the person, checks off all the conservative boxes in the same way that I never checked off the progressive boxes. The problem is that I was made to feel unwelcomed in the Democratic Party when I'm
for
talking
purity
about
tests. Yeah, of
by
course.
who?
Yeah.
I get
Who
that
made-
by,
who?
but by my Democrat friends.
Are you welcomed in the MAGA world?
Yeah,
Not exactly,
absolutely.
because
So, I mean-
that's because
You are welcome, bro. Come on. Stop acting like you ain't know that. MAGA welcomes you, bro. Okay, stop saying, nah. You are welcomed.
in the Democratic Party when
Yeah,
I'm
for
talking
purity
about
tests. Yeah, of
By
course.
who?
Yeah.
I get
Who
that
made-
by
who?
but by my
By
Democrat
talks like this, okay? Attitudes like this sends people away. Look at you feeling entitled, like he should be a Democrat. Why aren't you a Democrat? Look at him. Look at this guy. Looking at the other guy like, look at your skin. You should be Democrat. No, he ain't a Democrat.
Are you welcomed in the MAGA world?
Not exactly, because
So,
and,
I
and
mean-
that's because I am
You're
willing
black.
to be
It's
critical.
because you're black.
No.
Oh no, they
No,
love that.
no, it is.
They
It is.
love that. It's because
It's
you're
not because
critical.
I'm black.
It's because
MAGA
you are
loves a
critical
black-
from time to
It
time.
What
is
did I just tell
because
y'all?
I'm not, so associated with MAGA because I am willing to be critical, not just of the MAGA movement, of Republicans, of Donald Trump, or conservatives. So I don't fit so neatly in the MAGA
Malik,
box.
I totally dig. I think people try to get forced into sort of you're either on team A, team B. It doesn't reflect the way most people feel or think about politics. But I just want to make sure I'm tracking this because it's totally fascinating.
It is.
Okay, so you are a Democrat by default, and you don't like the Clintons. And you, at the same time, you're saying, you know what? I got some things that are pretty conservative about me. So typically you'd be like, maybe I'm more of a centrist Democrat and I'm going to be a swing voter. But no, you think Bernie's the guy. So you're going Bernie, and he's hard left by most objective standards. So you reject the Clintons, who are centrist Democrats, and you go to Bernie Sanders. And then after Bernie Sanders doesn't win the 16 primary, you say, nope, Trump's my guy. So I'm trying to just figure out, because the horseshoe theory of it is pretty powerful.
No ideal, but you're
It
mapping
was
it
Jeb.
ideological.
I'm just trying to lay it out.
Ideological. It's
It was,
personality.
but
Is
it's
it
not
though?
personality.
I mean, it's
You can, like, personality. Personality is definitely
You do like Trump.
personality.
And that's the truth, okay? So many new voters or so many Democrat that are like migrating to become Republicans. They actually really like Trump's personality. They like that macho man personality. They like the fact that he's successful. He says what he wants to say when he wants to say it, precisely how he wants to say it. That's why a lot of Democrats are moving towards Republicans. And just like people just in the middle are moving right now because of Trump's personality. And it's like, I mean, he has common sense, okay? Common sense is all that matters here. That's all that matters. Common sense. Like, men shouldn't play in women's sports. Like, why would the Supreme Court or Congress or whoever, why would they say, no, men can play women's sport? What are you even doing?
You did like Bernie.
Personality is definitely part of it, and that's with any politician.
I was
don't
going to
care
say, there's
who
nothing. I would say that you don't have to shy away from the
Yeah,
personality
I
bit
don't.
because actually, when you really think about it, I think that what's interesting about this is just that a lot of Americans approach politics exactly the way they
Think-
do. It's like, I like this guy. I identify with
I
him.
always,
the way
I
he-
always branded myself during the Obama years because when you're talking about, I supported Barack Obama before he even announced. This is back when many people, especially in the black community, were still supporting Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Barack Obama's policies. It wasn't Barack Obama's ideology. To your point about personality, it was Barack Obama's personality because he made me believe. He made me feel.
Well, that's powerful. I
And
get
that's
that.
exactly
Yeah.
what Bernie did. Bernie made me feel.
Got it.
And that's the thing with and Donald Trump. Donald Trump. You don't have to like everything about him, but Donald Trump makes
you feel.
He made me feel, and that is
What does
something
he
that's
make you
important.
feel?
Well, it depends on the day.
Man, look. When you see people talking about what did he make you feel? Greatness, okay? He makes you feel like we are heading somewhere nice and great and colorful, okay? When you hear someone say there should be only two genders, that means the future is bright. That's what you think, like your daughter, your sons are going to grow up in a world where people just say, it's men and women. You know what I mean? Like common sense, normal stuff. Okay. Like border should be secured, meaning it should be closed and you should come into the United States legally. Like common sense stuff. Right? I don't get it.
But I believe him. So when Donald Trump says he's going to do something, I believe him.
You're here at CNN and you hear all the many fact checks and all the lies and you believe
I don't care if
it?
it was CNN, Fox, MSNBC, or any show.
Man, bro. That's my man right there. That's my boy right there. Look at him. Yeah. Let him know.
NBC or any show. I'm able, which is why I'm able to be critical of Donald Trump.
It's like, who cares if it's NBC, ABC, whatever it is? Okay. I like what this guy stands for. That's all that matters.
You may be wondering, what was so controversial about that picture that it needed to be taken down? Well, according to the AP, a review of the database also underscores the confusion that has swirled among agencies about what to remove following Trump's order. In some cases, photos seem to be flagged for removal simply because their file included the word gay. Yes, really. And that includes service members with that last name and an image of the B-29 aircraft, the Enola Gay. I mean,
Lord.
Yeah, Perch.
Look,
I would laugh, except that it's like,
but it's terrible.
Crazy.
And the thing is, and I don't even think we should use their language. You know, their language is, oh, we're doing it because of DEI. No, you are removing black people, gay people, and women from America's government's websites. That's wrong. That's wrong. In what world is that appropriate? If we said after Obama got in, we're going to take down all the pictures of the white boys, people would say, are you crazy? Are you smoking something? That's terrible. It's anti-American. So if you can say anything is anti-woke, anti-DEI, anti-whatever you want to, but if the end result is people are being erased because of the color of their skin, that is racist. It is wrong. And I would expect Republicans to stand up and say, would you guys knock it off? We want high standards. We don't want history erased. We want high standards. We don't want people removed just because they're black or female or brown. That's wrong.
What I think is the craziest part about all of this is
Here
we've got
we
a
go
serious
again.
pending issue with Taiwan. There's concerns with Ukraine and Russia. We have, as you were mentioning, planes falling out of the sky at the FAA. Why is this the priority right now? Even if that is what you think is the priority, like the average everyday American, I think, is really struggling with the price of eggs, with the economy.
But to your point, clearly mistakes were made with the pictures. That's just stupid. Right? Like erasing history, erasing a picture of someone who honorably served the country should not happen, period, in the story. But we have problems with Taiwan. We have problems in Ukraine, obviously. So, the Army was doing climate literacy classes. They were putting hybrid tactical vehicles, implicit bias.
Let's talk about climate literacy.
This is the broader DEI thing, and none of those things were actually making our operational readiness better.
Joe, climate has been a part of the Pentagon's strategic plan since the 1990s.
Has to be.
Since the late 1980s when George H.W. Bush was president. This is not some kind of fad. The reason the Pentagon is concerned about climate is because they understand that drought, that famine causes conflict that then they have to resolve.
Absolutely.
That is part of the military planning. This is, it is just it's an insult to people's intelligence.
And they can't pass.
They can't think past just the buzzwords on this stuff.
They can't even pass an audit. 7 audits.
The Pentagon.
The Pentagon cannot pass an audit. Those are the things they should be focused on. And DEI is just sub for the N-word. It's just another word for black. They are taking this country backwards to a time where the history of black people was not told, and other people too. And so we got to reckon with this. President Trump ran to be the president, as all presidents do, of all people. He enjoyed a larger share. Let me just center black people right now. He enjoyed a larger share of the black vote than Republicans usually get. I'm old enough to remember during Black History Month, he was there celebrating black history. And then on his watch, he allows people to run roughshod and use DEI in a way that is debilitating, that is dehumanizing, that is wrong, and he should put a stop to it and stop listening to the people telling him that something is wrong with diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Before you jump in, I just want to show some of the other images that were deleted. I mean, I think there's a big question here about why are they so fixated on pictures of people of color, but just, incredibly innocuous stuff of people who are serving or served.
That's right. Yeah, so I think that obviously I agree. The whole picture thing, and we've seen even before the Tuskegee Airmen, when
Hi,
they
Van
said
Jones.
that they were going to like remove that from the curriculum, then they had to put it back in there. This is something that they did need to do. And I've said before, when it comes to conservatives, many people on the right, in their response to DEI, where they just go too far. So instead of focusing on those things, those DEI things, like, if you're against, transgender, men, biological men serving in, competing against women, or like Lockheed Martin, if you're against a company saying that we need to make sure that we have these white male awareness training, which is what Lockheed Martin did. Those are some of the negative things about DEI. I think casting everything, though, as DEI, I don't think that everything, even problems within the government, and I think we also have to be careful, the people who are more supportive of DEI, in accepting this notion that it really is just about black people. I don't think it's just about black people. I think it is this, because we've seen, whether it's women, whether it's gays, whether it's any of these type of groups, these groups have been impacted. But as far as the federal government, I don't think it's the federal government's job to teach black history. I think you learn that before you get to the federal government.
Were they teaching Black history though? They
No,
had
they
pictures
were
on their
not.
website. Like,
They
this
were
is
not.
my
Yeah,
thing.
that's-
Like, people want.
But I'm saying, so
I
what are
get
black
your
people
religion.
losing
They're spending
in
$100
that?
million
Yeah,
on
so what are black
implicit
people
bias
losing?
training.
Can I just say,
it's
what does that have to do
unnecessary.
with pictures, though?
What does that have to do with the operational readiness?
What does that have to do with pictures? You want to
Well,
take
it's
away from
stipulated
those
on the pictures.
programs?
The picture's stupid. The picture's dumb.
Yes, dumb.
Fair.
We all agree on
Dumb.
that. Dumb.
But $100 million on certain trainings that part of the DEI
I can tell you-
spend.
I can tell
Then
you
go
why.
after that. Why are you taking down the pictures? It's like just a waste of time.
They should go after that. Thank you.
Like,
If
no, I'm
you-
not saying that they
if
should. I'm just
you-
saying it's like.
No,
If
but
you
listen.
are not black or of color, then you would say, why does anybody need to be taught implicit bias? We live it every single day.
I don't think
And
I need to be taught
No,
implicit
there,
bias.
there,
I'm
there
actually
needs to
offended
be.
that you
No,
feel
don't
that
be,
way. Yeah.
don't be offended. People have to understand that we live in America where we are all socialized a certain type of way. And unless we deconstruct our construction, we are all told that somehow black is less than. It is just natural in this country. It doesn't have to be that way moving forward, but that is just the way
With
it
all
is.
due respect.
Your point, wait, don't all do respect me because that means you go in the opposite way.
no.
Your point about DEI and centering blackness, the whole notion of how other marginalized groups suffer, that's why I say it's black. When it's woke, it's black. BLM, it's black. It is a slick way for them to then not necessarily deal with the N-word, not necessarily to deal with blackness, but they're doing it through DEI, and then every other marginalized group is then hurt by it.
But just give me one word on this.
Man, please. Man, please. Look at you. Brown skinned, beautiful woman on CNN. CNN, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about, well, less than. How are you less than? You are on CNN.
I don't mean this in any disrespect whatsoever, but the way you spoke down to me as though I have some
speak down
bias
to you.
is why
Exactly.
the Democrats lost the election.
No, I didn't say
This
that.
is, and this is to your point that you said earlier. Maybe it was during the break that Trump was able to pick culture groups and not racial groups and speak to them properly.
right, here we go.
Here's what I hear you're saying, and here's where I actually agree with Nina. I do think that the way that it's being heard is we're basically saying all straight white dudes suck, all straight white dudes are terrible, and therefore you need to be scolded. And when you hear it that way,
This whole conversation right here, everything they're talking about is straight up basically racism. This whole conversation, this whole episode should be like, it's basically unnecessary. Like, what are y'all talking about? White, black, white, black. Diversity, equity, inclusiveness, or inclusion isn't just about brown skin. It's everything. It just means, are you capable? That's what it should mean. If you're not capable, then you should not get the job. That's what Trump is saying. And is replacing that, he's replacing DEI with capabilities. Like, you have to be able to perform. And now they're talking about, oh, he's trying to take away black job or whatever. My thing is, I think the executive power or the executive branch, Trump, he should focus on the border, which he is, the economy, and more stuff. Because this DEI stuff, they're just gonna keep dragging him into it every single time. Like, this whole thing isn't even, it's unnecessary.
Anybody would naturally object. If that's what's being heard, that is not the intention. The intention is we want our military to be able to, for folks to be able to work well together. And they have done these different tests where it turns out that because of some stuff that Nina's talking about, images people have been shown, that sometimes people will not respect, say, a black female superior officer at the same level, and that could get somebody killed. And so I think what they were trying to do was deal with actual problems that they were having. And then people from the outside say, well, hold on a second. That seems like that crappy workshop I had at my corporate job, which I hated, so now I'm going to take that out of the military. But you may actually be reducing combat readiness, and that's the conversation we want to be able to have, honestly. But we're not able to, and I think it's putting our soldiers at risk. We have the most diverse fighting force in the history of the world. If you want to put some attention to make sure that folks know how to work together, I don't think it's bad for America. You might see it differently, but I don't.
The diversity with a lowercase d, I think, is a wonderful part of our military. The enlisted ranks are a majority-minority institution. Yeah. But I think Secretary Hegseth said it best. It is the unity of the military, not the diversity, that actually makes it the most combat-ready force in the world.
But this same
Unity,
military
facts.
had to be forced. I mean, black people have fought in every war in this country, but in terms of desegregating the armed forces itself, had to be forced to do it, to do away with segregated units. This country.
But I get it. I get it. Look, I get everything she's talking about or whatever. But it's like, if everybody keeps talking about this color stuff, black people had to be, white people had to be this, that. Or keep going back. I'm not saying forget about history. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that let's move forward in unity, come together, and live life. Because Jesus, you're gonna talk about this forever. All right, finally,
adopted
approval
until
rating.
much of Europe started using it during World War I. The U.S. standardized the system in 1966 when Congress passed the Uniform Time Act. But the time feel about daylight saving time.
I just find the entire.
Remember when Jonah?
Ooh,
Yes.
Listen, the real crux of this seems to be, do you stick to standard time or do you permanently move to daylight saving time?
Yeah, this is the problem, right? All right, so we have.
Let me go back to what happened in the Oval Office the other day. I call it a smackdown of Zelensky.
Smackdown.
It looked really rough, but then again, at the end of the day, you may have your deal back. So was that all the art of the deal? Or what specifically ticked you off?
Well, you know, he was able to, it was like taking candy from a baby, what he did. He's a smart guy, and he's a tough guy. And he took money out of this country under Biden like candy from a baby. It was so easy with that same attitude. And I just don't think he's grateful. We gave him, in my opinion, $350 billion. Europe is in for $100 billion. We gave him $350 billion, and he's talking about the fact that they have fought, and there's a bravery because somebody has to use the weapons. But without those weapons, don't forget, I was the one that gave him the javelins that was able to knock down all the tanks. Obama gave nothing. Look, if I were president, that would have never happened. You wouldn't have had Russia going into Ukraine. You wouldn't have had the whole situation with Hamas and October 7th. It would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They weren't giving it to Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else. You would have never had the worst evacuation anyone's ever seen, which is Afghanistan, which was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And you know what else you wouldn't have had? You wouldn't have had inflation. We had record-setting inflation under Biden. It was a killer. It's one of the reasons I won the election.
But you may get it again with these tariffs, right? I mean, one CEO said to me, my input costs have already started to go up.
Well,
I'm going to have to raise prices.
In the meantime, guess what? Interest rates are down for the last 3-4 days at good levels. I mean, you know, when you add interest rates, you're talking about it's gone down. I've been saying, let's get interest rates down. You know, nobody ever gets rich when the interest rates are high because people can't borrow money. Interest rates are going down. You know what else is going down? what have I been trying to get down?
Oil.
Energy. Energy's going down. I'd love to see energy go down. You know, energy is really what caused it. They screwed up my energy. I had the most energy, and they screwed it up. Then they went back to it. It was going through the roof. They went back to some drilling, but it was gone. It was hopeless. It was lost. But energy's gone down, and interest rates have gone up over the last week. That's a big thing. I love that.
Do you expect Zelensky to come back? Do you expect to do that rare earth minerals deal?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll happen.
Are you sure there's the content that you think there is there? Because some people were questioning if, in fact, there is the titanium and the lithium, all those the rare earth minerals. Do you think it is rich with those
well,
things?
Well, I do. I mean, I've had it checked. By the best. It's very valuable. But with all that being said, Biden should have never put up $350 billion. He should have equalized with Europe. All he had to do is say, you got to stay even with us. They're in for 100. We're in for 350. How does that? And we have an ocean in between us, right? We're not in the danger that they are. They are in much greater danger, if you call it danger. He should have never done that. You know the other thing with Europe that bothers me? They've given Russia more money, by far, for buying their oil than they put into Ukraine. So they're paying all this money to Russia, and we're in there for $350 billion. Biden should have never done that.
I spoke with the president of Poland the other day. President Duda has great respect for you.
Yeah.
And I said to him, what if the U.S. walks away and stays away? Here's what he said. Without the United States, do you believe that Europe is capable of offering meaningful security to Ukraine?
I would like to believe it, but experience to date shows that this has not been the case. The entire history so far of the last 3 years of the war shows that without American support, Ukraine will not survive.
Are you comfortable with that? The fact that you walked away and Ukraine may not survive?
Well, it may not survive anyway, but, we have some weaknesses with Russia. It takes two. Look, it was not going to happen, that war, and it happened. So now we're stuck with this mess. Think of what he stuck me with. Open borders where we have 21 million people came into our country, many of whom should not be here. Many are criminals. Many are criminals. Many murder lords. We got that. We have the whole mess with Israel on October 7th. We have all of the ramifications from the worst and dumbest withdrawal in history.
Both Ukraine and Israel were both attacked by aggressors. Is America treating both countries similarly? Are they treating the aggressors similarly?
I think so. Look, they're very
different. Are you favoring one over the other?
They're very different places, okay? Very, very different. You're talking about different levels of power. You're talking about different parts of the world. The Middle East has been under attack forever. It's been, you look, when wasn't it under attack? And then we came along and did the Abraham Accords, which was unheard of.
Have you been as tough on Russia as you've been on Hamas? I mean, what do you want to say to critics?
Well, I've been much tougher because I haven't done to Hamas. That's been Israel that has to do to Hamas. But Israel does tell me what's going on. I think I've been very tough to Russia. Tougher than anybody's ever been to Russia, if you think about it. First of all, we had the Russia hoax, which was a very bad thing, could have led to a war. And that was started by Schiff and all these lowlifes.
I know.
They're total lowlifes. And it was a fake deal, the 51 intelligence agencies. I took all their passes away. They can't participate anymore. These guys know it came from Hunter Biden's laptop from hell, which came from his bathroom and or his bedroom, okay? Not a pretty sight. But this was a Hunter Biden thing. They said it was from Russia. No, I've been very tough. Remember this, I'm the one that stopped the Russian pipeline, Nord Stream 2. I stopped it. Biden came in and he approved it. I'm the one that put sanctions on Russia. I'm the one that gave the javelins against Russia. No, I've been very tough, but I got along well with Putin. And because I got along well, they say, he's so... Nobody's ever been... Putin would be the first to say it. Nobody's been tougher than Trump. And Biden hasn't been tough. Biden's done nothing. He was a weak, pathetic man.
So is there anything else you want to say to the critics who say you chose a side in the Ukraine-Russia story, and that's Russia? Because, you called Zelensky a dictator and you had the fight.
Nobody has been tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. Nobody. And they know that. They know that. Just look at the things I just told you. The pipeline, I stopped it. The biggest job they've ever done was the pipeline, Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of it until I came along. They were building it happily. They were going to supply Germany and everybody else all over Europe. And what did I do? I stopped it. The biggest economic job they've ever had, I stopped it. Biden got in. On the second day, he approved it. He said, let it go forward. It was totally stopped. Just that one thing alone tells you everything. No, I was tough. At the same time, I got along with Putin. I got along with Kim Jong-un. I got along with President Xi. But nobody was tougher, like on China, than I was.
And then there are reports now that Russia says it will help the United States negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. What kind of a deal with Iran do you want to do? You said they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah. Well, there are two ways Iran can be handled, militarily or you make a deal. I would prefer to make a deal because I'm not looking to hurt Iran. They're great people. I know so many Iranians from this country.
Well, not the leadership.
No, not the leadership.
The people.
They're very evil people. No, but the people of Iran are great people. But they had a tough regime. And they'd meet and they'd be shot in the streets. I mean, it was a tough deal. But I would rather negotiate a deal. I'm not sure that everybody agrees with me, but we can make a deal that would be just as good as if you won militarily. But the time is happening now. The time is coming up. Something's going to happen one way or the other. I hope that Iran, and I've written them a letter saying, I hope you're going to negotiate, because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing for them.
You wrote a letter to the Khomeini?
Yes.
When did you send the letter?
Yesterday.
And you said you better negotiate, or we want you to
negotiate. I didn't say you better. I said, I hope you're going to negotiate, because it's going to be a lot better for Iran. And I think they want to get that letter. The other alternative is we have to do something, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
You said you wanted to do the Golden Dome. You've got a lot of ideas for America. But then earlier you said you wanted to cut $1 trillion in defense spending, right?
I didn't say I was.
You're not going to. So I was like, which is it? Are you cutting defense spending, or are you building us up?
I never said defense spending.
Okay, because I think you were talking about denuclearization.
Correct.
And that's where the cutting of the spending came in.
I never said cut. No, it's not in these days. I'd love to cut defense spending, but not now. Because you have China, you have Russia, you have a lot of problems out there. No.
In fact,
no. What I have said is, we spend a lot of money on nuclear missiles, nuclear weapons. The level of destruction is beyond anything you can even imagine. It's just bad that everybody has to spend all this money on something that, if it's used, it's probably the end of the world.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow. I don't know what to say to that.
You know, when I listen to these climate lunatics, and they talk about global warming, and they say the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch in the next 300 years, and and nobody ever talks about nuclear weapons or some of the other things, but the nuclear weapons in particular right now. And they talk about the climate, and they talk about the dangers of the climate, but they don't talk about the dangers of a nuclear weapon, which could happen tomorrow. They say in 300 years, I watched Biden for years say the existential threat. He loved the term existential threat. Our greatest existential threat is from the climate. And I said, no. The greatest is sitting in shelves in various countries called nuclear weapons that are big monsters that can blow your heads off for miles and miles and miles. And they never mention that.
Hey man, Trump never disappoints. Just never disappoints. It's facts. A lot of people talking about the climate. What about nuclear? All right, I think that's part 2.
We've had a great almost 6 weeks now, and I hope we can continue to go like that. We're at a very rapid pace. We have to make up for a lot of lost time. And the country was very poorly run for 4 years. That you know better than anybody. Nobody covered it better than you, frankly. It's an honor to be with so many great people. We have really great people working with us.
You said America is back, momentum is back, our pride and spirit are back, and we're just getting started.
Right.
What do you specifically want America to look like in 4 years when you're done?
Well, I want a dynamic country where the private enterprise carries the day, not the government. And I want a strong country militarily. We need that nowadays. You can see that probably better than ever before. So I rebuilt our military. A lot of it was given away to Afghanistan, but it was a lot, but a very small portion, in all fairness. But when you think about the billions and billions of dollars that was just handed over, but I rebuilt it. We're going to be rebuilding it again because we need that. We always need that. But we're doing a series of incentives, tax incentives and other things. The tax bill, I think, is going to be very important. The Democrats will fight us all the way. One thing I learned the other night, again, I could say, because it's my fifth such speech. And at the beginning, I said, I didn't know it was going to be as pertinent as it turned out to be, that no matter what I do, this group of people in front of us, I could come up with the cure to the worst disease that the world has ever seen. I gave other examples. I said, no matter what I do, they're going to sit there angry, insolent. You just see it. I mean, you see it, you can feel it. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, no matter who it is, they won't stand, they won't applaud, they won't clap. They'll just sit there with sour faces. And that's what they did. And, you know, it was interesting. I said, I wonder if I should put this in, but it worked out to be true. And I think by putting it in, I showed that it was true. And it's sad because we're doing great things in this country. This country's really got a chance to be pretty quickly great again. I think the country has got a big light over it right now. And I've been told this by even other foreign leaders. We had Modi, we had everybody. We had from France to India to about 12 that want to come in. They all want to be here. Every one of them wants to be here. We had the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom who was here, and he couldn't believe. He said the difference in terms of the feeling about the United States is very different. It feels that we're back, we're respected again. We are respected again. And in a way, we're back, and it's only been a few weeks.
And you spoke to the president of Mexico today. I want to talk about tariffs because even as you're seeing this optimism and excitement, there's some nervousness over your tariffs. Markets have been selling off. People are not sure how to view it. Why did you roll back or put a pause into some of the tariffs until April 2nd?
Because I wanted to help Mexico and Canada to a certain extent. We're a big, big country, and they do a lot of their business with us, whereas in our case, it's much less significant. We do very little with Canada by comparison. And I wanted to help the American car makers until April 2nd. April 2nd, it becomes all reciprocal. What they charge us, we charge them. It's a big deal, but what they charge us, we charge them. But this is short term, and I felt that for the good of the American car makers and the MCA, you know, the USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada. I thought it would be a fair thing to do, and so I gave them a little bit of a break for this short period of time.
But I asked you about this before, and I know you told me when I asked you, I said, you did use MCA, you put this together.
Yeah.
And yet then you come back and you change it up with these tariffs, and you said to me at that time, I did it because I can. I put an amendment in there, and I said in 6 years I can change it. But I think CEOs want to see predictability. They say, look, I have to speak with shareholders. I've got to make plans for CapEx spending. I can't if it's 20% one day and then it's off for a month and it's 25%.
Yeah.
So can you give us a sense of whether or not we are going to get clarity for the business community?
Well, I think so. But, you know, the tariffs could go up as time goes by, and they may go up. And, you know, I don't know if it's predictability. I think
so that's not clarity.
No, I think that they say that. You know, it sounds good to say. But for years, the globalists, the big globalists, have been ripping off the United States. They've been taking money away from the United States. And all we're doing is getting some of it back. And we're going to treat our country fairly. This country has been ripped off from every nation in the world, every company outside in the world. We've been ripped off at levels never seen before. and all we're going to do is get it back. We're going to get a lot of it back. We're not going to let people take advantage of us anymore. You know, we're the United States. I believe that if Kamala had won, meaning that whole ideology, Kamala and Biden and Obama, that whole group of people, if they had won, I don't think we would have had a country any longer. I think this was the most, somebody said it the other day, the most consequential election in 129 years. If they would have won, I don't think we would have had a country. Not only did we won every swing state. Remember, I was watching your show just before the election. You were talking about, I think he's going to win 4 or 5. We won all 7. And we won the popular vote by millions of votes. We won the number of counties by 2,500 to 500, 2,750 to 500. And it's amazing. The map is all red.
Which is why I was surprised at the Democrats' behavior the other night, because you delivered among the most diverse, expanded audience, Republicans, Democrats, independents.
Yeah.
So is it just the Democrat leadership that does not see that?
There's something wrong with them. It's just something, I can't even believe it. They lost an election in a landslide. They were talking about men playing in women's sports. When I looked the other night, I made a speech. The Republicans were going wild, and the Democrats were having their little signs up, their little tiny signs.
Yeah, little signs.
And I said, it's unbelievable. They don't get it. They don't get it now. And I think they're going to end up being a minor party if they keep going like this, because people don't want to hear about these stupid ideas that they have. Transgender for everybody. And again, the men and women's sports, what is that, a 90 to 10 deal? I don't even know who the 10 would be. But they're fighting for it. And I try and say to myself, because you always like to understand where your opponent is, whether it's in business or anything else, is there something I don't understand? But we don't understand it. You look at their theories on tax. You know, all my life I've watched politics. I've always liked it. I've watched it. I participated, but from the standpoint of a donor. But I participated. And all my life I've watched politicians, we will cut your taxes. We will cut your taxes. These people say, we're going to raise your taxes. This is the only time. It's never said. I've never heard it. They say it even if they don't mean it. We will cut your taxes. These people say that we're going to give you the biggest tax increase you've ever had. And that's what they're running on. And I tell Republicans, take that night, because that was a great night. You got record ratings, you saw that. The highest rated speech, like ever of its kind. Take that night and run your midterms on it. And show us I'm talking about some young child with cancer, or some young, beautiful girl like Laken Riley, who was killed, and they don't get up. And they don't salute the mother who's there devastated. Nungaray, they don't get up. And they don't salute the mother whose child was devastated. I mean, brutally killed. The young boy with cancer that wants to be a cop. And they don't get up and salute that child. They not only don't get up, they're angry. And the only thing that happened that was interesting really about it was that when I mentioned Ukraine and people being killed, they started clapping. And that clap was led by Pocahontas.
I saw what you said. And I want to ask you about Ukraine and the blow up the other day with Zelensky. Let me stay on the economy for a moment, because there are rising worries about a slowdown. You've got the Atlanta Federal Reserve saying we're going to have a contraction in the first quarter. Look, I know that you inherited a mess, and you said that the other night.
I've only been here,
but are you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition, because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time. It takes a little time. But I think it should be great for us. I mean, I think it should be great. It's going to be great ultimately for the farmer. You know, don't forget, I made the deal with China on the farmers where they had to buy $50 billion worth of product. $50 billion from 15 to 50.
Did they
and it was
follow
great.
up and do it?
They did it when I was president. What happened is when Biden was president, they didn't buy any longer. Yeah, because there was nobody to call them. I used to call President Xi. I said, you got to do me a favor. You got to, live up to that agreement. And he was great. He did.
Before you came into the Oval Office the first time, you were a very successful businessman, very successful real estate executive. And a lot of people said, oh, this is the business president. This is it. He's watching the stock market. He knows all about, he doesn't want the market to go down. And now we've got tariffs and the market has been going down.
Well, not much. I mean, in all fairness.
You said, look, we're going to have a disruption, but we're okay with that. Is that what you meant? The stock market going down was the disruption? What other disruption were you alluding to?
Look, what I have to do is build a strong country. You can't really watch the stock market. If you look at China, they have a 100-year perspective. We have a quarter. We go by quarters.
That's true.
And you can't go by that. You have to do what's right. What we're doing is we're building a tremendous foundation for the future. Tremendous foundation. Everything's been taken away. We don't make ships anymore. We don't, you just saw one of the biggest shipbuilders in the world, one of the biggest shipping people in the whole world.
In the Oval Office with you.
In the Oval Office. He's announcing a $20 billion investment in the United States, which he would have never done except for this. But look at this. Honda, Toyota, they're all coming in. You take a look at what's happening. The chip maker, the greatest chipper, Mr. Wei, the biggest in the world by far, is going to spend $200 billion on making a massive plant to make chips.
So that's your message? Build it here?
Build it here. There's no tariff.
Yeah. The public companies want to make sure that we have clarity. After April 2nd, when those reciprocal tariffs go in, is that it? Are you going to change anything after that? Will we have clarity?
You'll have a lot, but we may go up with some tariffs. It depends. We may go up. I don't think we'll go down, but we may go up. But they have plenty of clarity. They just use that. That's like almost a soundbite. They always say that. We want clarity. Look, our country's been ripped off for many decades, for many, many decades, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore.
On the tariffs, what are the automakers going to do for a month? I mean, you say you wanted to help American automakers.
Yeah, I did.
You spoke with the three.
It's a transition period.
Okay.
And it's a transition into April. And after that, I'm not doing this. I mean, I told them, I said, look, I'm going to do it this one time, but after that, I'm not doing it. They called me and they wanted help during this little transition period, and I gave it to them.
What do you guys think about this tariff? Do you think it's going to affect the economy? Or do you think it's going to make money for the federal government and potentially help Trump's vision to cancel the income tax? What do you guys think about the tariffs? All right. Of course, one of the legendary
is proposing large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and a final peace settlement is reached with Ukraine, as Russia continues to pound the country this weekend with missiles and drones. Joining me now, GOP Senator Lindsey Graham. Good to have you back, Senator.
Of course, Graham was one of the senators who actually supported Ukraine. Now it seems like he doesn't support Zelensky, but he does support Ukraine.
Thank you.
So there's a pause right now on Ukrainian aid and intelligence sharing. There are reports that is hampering Ukraine's ability to defend itself against this incoming new wave of attacks from Russia. Have you talked with the White House about that? How concerned are you about the long-term impacts of the pause?
Yeah, I talked to Mike Waltz a couple of days ago. The goal is to end the war honorably and justly. Zelensky blew it in the White House. We'd been working on this mineral deal for a very long time, but we are where we are. Yeah, I am worried about cutting off intelligence and weapons to Ukraine as long as the fighting is going on. If we pull the plug on Ukraine, it'd be worse than Afghanistan. I don't think President Trump has any desire to do that. But until we have a ceasefire, I would give Ukraine what they need in terms of intelligence and weapons to defend themselves. In terms of Russia, I will be introducing sanctions on their banking sector and on their energy sector next week, urging them to get to the table. If they don't engage in ceasefire in peace talks with the administration, we should sanction the hell out of them. And I'll have legislation to do that next week.
Okay, we will be tracking that. In the meantime, you mentioned the rare earth minerals deal that has been stalled after the disastrous meeting at the White House last week.
Disastrous.
But listen, you were one of the folks who met with President Zelensky before he went there. Senator Chris Van Hollen was as well. He was with me on the show last week. Here's how he described that deal.
It was extortion, pure and simple. It would be like in the middle of World War II, FDR saying to Churchill, we're not going to help you against the Nazis and Hitler unless you give up half of your mineral resources and half of your coal.
All right, two things. What do you make of his characterization of the deal? And he was explaining it as we understood it at that time. Maybe it's evolved. But secondly, do you think that his Democratic colleagues or that he urged Zelensky to go to the White House and reject the deal?
No, I don't. But what Chris said, I like Chris personally, is just ridiculous. We're trying to integrate our economies. We're trying to make sure that Ukraine has value to the American economy, a win-win situation. They're the richest country in Europe in terms of critical minerals, which is the oil of the 21st century. So doing a deal with Ukraine is beneficial to both countries. It's not extortion. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to do a deal with Ukraine where we can make $500 billion in the critical mineral space for our own economy, give them money, help them develop their resources so they can grow their economy and defend themselves? That's not extortion. That's a good business deal. And to all these Democrats who are worried about this deal, what the hell did you do to deter Russia from invading Ukraine? What did you do after Russia invaded Ukraine? Pretty much nothing. President Trump's going to end this war justly. We should do this critical minerals deal. We should keep arming Ukraine and providing them intelligence until a ceasefire. And we should tell Russia, if you don't engage in ceasefire discussions, we're going to sanction you. We got to put pressure on both sides to get them to the table to end this war. The minerals deal is a win-win.
Well, it sounds like there's reporting this morning that the president needs more than just the minerals deal in order to move forward with giving back, the aid, the intelligence sharing with Ukraine. So, listen, this all heads to Saudi Arabia this week. Top U.S. And Ukrainian officials are going to be there negotiating. What would you need to see to expect or to call that a success? What concrete things coming from those meetings?
Well, I think we want to find out what does peace look like in the eyes of Ukraine. They've already suggested they're ready for a ceasefire. They've already suggested they're ready for peace talks. Sit down with Ukraine this coming week and find out what a good deal looks like to them. Then urge the Russians to sit down with the White House and compare notes and end this war. Shuttle diplomacy will work. But I want the Russians to know that I don't mind talking with you about how to end this war, but you're going to be held accountable for this war. And if they don't come to the table, the Russians, we should up sanctions like President Trump indicated. But you're not helping anybody during these discussions if you do not provide the weapons necessary for Ukraine to defend themselves. You're not helping end the war if you deny intelligence to Ukraine to defend themselves while the fighting's going on. So I'm hoping we will get a view of the Ukraine's view of how the war ends next week and begin to find a way to end the war.
Well, another foreign policy challenge, tensions ratcheting up between Iran and...
Everybody's tired of the war between Russia and Ukraine, okay? Voters are saying we do not want to fund the war in Ukraine. However, we understand that Russia invaded Ukraine. Don't forget that fact. Russia invaded Ukraine. But it is time to negotiate, okay? Peace deal, ceasefire, okay, and security guarantees, and all of this needs to stop, okay? Move forward.
The U.S. and the president told our Maria Bartiromo he sent over a letter to Iran's Supreme Leader on X this weekend, not mentioning President Trump by name or the U.S., but saying he won't work with coercive governments or be bullied by them. Where do we go next with Iran? Because their nuclear program is of immense concern to people around the globe.
It's an immense concern to me. It's the most destabilizing event on the planet is for the Iranians, Ayatollah, to have a nuclear weapon. He would use it to further his religious agenda, which is to purify Islam in his own image as a Shiite, destroy the Jewish state, and to drive us out. He would use a nuclear weapon if he had it. He has enough enriched uranium for 6 bombs. There's no commercial purpose for enriched uranium at 60%. We run peaceful nuclear reactors, 3 to 5% of enrichment. Here's what a good deal will look like to me. No more enrichment for Iran. take all the highly enriched uranium out of Iran. I'm willing to buy it from them and allow them to have nuclear power where fuel rods are provided by either Russia or China or some international group. Enrichment is the process that you use to make a bomb. Iran should not be allowed to enrich. The United Arab Emirates has a nuclear program. They don't enrich uranium. They get fuel rods from us. That should be the outcome, and it should be quick. If you want to negotiate with Iran, you need to have an end game of where they have no nuclear capability to make a bomb when it's over, and you should put them on the clock. And if you don't put them on the clock and this thing drags out, they're going to rearm and retool. So I don't mind talking to them, but I want an end game to make sure they have no nuclear material to make a bomb when it's over. They're out of the enrichment business, and that we can verify everything I just said.
Okay, before we leave that region, I want to talk about Syria as well. There's a lot of news filtering in this weekend and really a ton crossing the wires this morning as well about mass executions and slaughtering of minority groups there, including a lot of Christians, the Alawite minorities as well. What can we be doing? What should we be doing?
Well, number one, the guy who's in charge now, Golani, was associated with al-Baghdadi. He's wearing a suit. Does that mean he's no longer a jihadist? I don't know. But their actions are very reminiscent of what happened in Iraq and Syria when ISIS took over. They're going after their religious enemies. The Alawites are Shiites. These guys are Sunnis. They're killing Christians. I am very worried. I would urge the administration to have somebody focused on Syria. Saudi Arabia is talking to Golani, the head of HTS. If you're going to talk about removing sanctions on Syria, you better have conditions to make sure they meet them before you remove those sanctions. Is this Al-Qaeda or ISIS light, or is this some new form of Islam that we can all live with? I don't know, but I've never been more worried about the deterioration of Syria than I am now. The world needs to get engaged with Syria before it's too late.
Okay, we got to go, but quickly, do enough Democrats vote with you in the Senate to avoid a shutdown on Friday?
Yeah, I believe we won't shut the government down come Friday, but the CR is terrible on defense and the border. I want a commitment. We're going to have more money for border and defense before I vote for the CR, but I think we'll keep the government funded. The only thing we need to be shutting down is Iran's nuclear program, not our government.
All right. Senator, always good to see you. Thanks for your time.
Every senator should be focused on America, okay? Nobody's talking about Iran, Russia, whoever.
Turning Point founder, CEO Charlie Kirk. Charlie, great to have you.
America should be the number one priority. I don't understand why they're still, giving so much energy to other countries. Anyway, Charlie Kirk interviewed, what's his name? Newsom, okay? Gavin Newsom. And I saw it. I saw the interview. And a lot of people are saying, well, Charlie Kirk, why is he wasting time? And Republican media on Gavin Newsom. And in my mind, I'm like, he can interview anybody he wants to interview. It is what it is. And I like the fact that he actually did. And Gavin Newsom, some people say he was pretending during the interview, but everybody knows he wants to run for presidency in 2028. Everybody knows that. But he would have to go head to head with his party mate, Kamala Harris.
So last night, I knew you were on the show tonight. I tuned in and I was listening to the podcast and I didn't get through all of it. But first of all, you were very gracious. You were very nice. You could have gone at him really, really hard. You did it in a really nice way. And I know Gavin too well. I've interviewed Gavin. I moderated, I think you brought it up, I moderated the debate with DeSantis. And I have tried to reason with this man, and he does not listen, ever. Maybe, is this the tipping point for him? Did you get the feeling he really wants to change?
I don't know. I think he wants to be president, Sean, more than anything else on the planet. I think you can agree he has more political ambition than almost anybody in the Democrat Party. And I think he understands that the entire country is moving center-right and is accelerating at a rapid pace. In fact, we are course-correcting after 4 failed years under Joe Biden and all of the woke stuff and the anti-common sense movement. Gavin Newsom had me on his podcast, and I was shocked all of a sudden where he decided to diverge away from the orthodox opinion in the Democrat Party, which is as simple as saying that it's not fair that a biological man can compete in female sports. Now, number one, I don't believe that he actually has any heartfelt beliefs in this. I think it's purely political transactional. However, everybody in the audience should understand this means that we are winning at such a rapid pace that the governor of the largest state in the country, the largest Democrat state, who obviously wants to be president, has to adjust his policies against the base of the party to even be taken seriously to run for president in 2028.
Okay, but the problem is it's so transparently about political expediency if he's going to change his core beliefs. And here would be the biggest problem that I would see that he has. He has something called a track record. He's been in government. He's the mayor of San Francisco, lieutenant governor for 8 years. At the end of this term, he'll have been governor for 8 years. He has a track record. So I don't think you get to run away from the positions you have been holding for decades just by talking to conservatives like Charlie Kirk. He never invited me on the podcast. I'm offended, by the way. I'm very offended. I feel left out.
Well, you should text Gavin. And secondly,
I
you're
already
exactly
did.
right, Sean. There was a moment of
Before you went on, I texted
there was a
him.
moment of podcast.
Yeah.
Well, no, and look, there was this back and forth where I drilled him. I said, look, you have the highest cost of living in California. You have the most homelessness in the country in California. You have the highest poverty rate.
But what do you guys think about Gavin Newsom's podcast? His state is going through this wildfire situation. It's been going through it for a long time, of course. But him starting a podcast in the midst of all of this stuff, what do you guys think? I know he's trying to rally his supporters towards or for 2028, but I don't know, man. But let me know what do you guys think? Do you think this podcast is going to help? In my opinion, I think Republicans should not sleep on his podcast because a lot of people actually do like Gavin Newsom. Okay, like it or not, a lot of people like him. And with the podcast, he can start rallying people. However, people think it's about PR when it comes to politics. Yeah, PR plays a role. However, it's like policies. Like, what are your policies? What do you stand for? Do you have common sense? Do you, what are the ideologies that you want to let the people understand that you stand for? And what are your track records? His track record is definitely bad. Tell you that much.
In the country, in California, you have the second highest home prices in the country. You guys control the House, the Senate, the governor's mansion, lieutenant governor's mansion, secretary of state, and the attorney general, and every statewide elected office for the last 20 years. How is this Republicans' fault? What record are you going to run on? And you could, every time there's anything California specific, you know this from moderating the wonderful DeSantis debate, he gets hyper aggressive and focuses on one little minute detail, and he just tries to bring you down into the ditch. But everyone has been voting with their feet when it comes to California over the last couple of years. They have net population loss. People are leaving in record numbers. They also had the highest gas prices, unnecessarily highest gas tax. And so, look, there's nothing to run on except for the fact that he is very slippery and slick, and he's trying to reinvent and rebrand himself. And look, I'll talk to anybody at any time. There was a whole part, too, where I even got him to tacitly admit that President Trump is unlike any other cultural phenomenon we've ever seen. He's like, oh, yeah, I went to the Oval Office with President Trump, and I had a great time with him. I said, well, are you going to work with President Trump with ICE and immigration and Border Patrol? And, of course, he had a slick answer to that as well. But I think there is a looming Democrat civil war happening because Gavin Newsom is realizing that if he does not come to the middle on a lot of issues and magnify some of his positions, there will be no chance for him in a general election. But President Trump has completely remade the American body politic, and you can start to see the most opportunistic Democrat of them all, Gavin Newsom, at least attempting to adjust with some of his rhetoric. We'll see if his actions follow.
Thank you so much.
I think anybody can change. However, it's like your action has to follow. So let's see what he does. Let's see what he does. But I know he's just trying to win an election. It's called politics. All right, Kathleen Jenner. This is like the first transgender I ever heard of.
Party? Well, I certainly think she could be.
Yeah.
Despite that less than ringing endorsement from her former running mate, Kamala Harris is mulling a run for California governor next year, telling allies that she will decide by the end of summer. That, according to sources inside the former vice president's political orbit. With that, Caitlyn Jenner ran for governor as a Republican in 2021. She is a Fox News contributor and joins us now on set. So Bill Maher, I'm going to get your opinion in a moment, but Bill Maher, he gave this opinion on whether Kamala Harris should run for governor or not.
Should Kamala Harris run for California governor in 2026 after polls show her leading? I'm going to give that a big no. By the way, if she does, there would be precedent for this because Nixon lost the White House in 1960. And then what did he do? He ran for governor of California 2 years later. It would be the same scenario.
Who's this Nixon guy he keeps talking about? What do you think? Kamala Harris? Should Kamala Harris run for governor of California?
No. When I think of Kamala Harris, I think of a couple of things. First of all, tremendous incompetence. She has that word salad that I just, I can't stand. Okay. And the worst part, her laugh. I mean, I was so happy when Trump won, not just because I was supporting of Trump and everything, but I was so happy that I thought hopefully she would just fade off into the distance. I couldn't take it. It's not even, the laugh is like a nervous laugh. It's not like a funny laugh because I think she really doesn't know what she's doing. And I think she knows that. And so, she loves the limelight. She may go, but I don't even know if the Democratic Party wants her.
I think that's the whole thing is everybody assumes it's a foregone conclusion that she would just come in and dominate and become the California governor. And that puts her back on the national stage. But does it? I mean, California has moved a little toward the right, and it's not.
Actually, it's moved a lot. If you looked at the map after the last election on November 5th, it was so much more red. The only blue parts were the main big cities, San Francisco, Oakland, the Bay Area, down to Los Angeles and all of that. So for her, all she would have to really do is campaign in those areas because that's where the big population is and not even go out into the rest of the state. I just don't think it would be. We got to make some changes in this state, just like the United States of America when they elected Donald Trump. We made some serious changes to our country, and it's happening very quickly. California needs to do the same thing. California is such a great state. I mean, I just love living here. It's beautiful. It's got everything. The only thing wrong with it is government.
Yeah.
And we need a different approach to government here in the state of California.
I wanted to get your take on this because this is Senator.
Wow. Caitlyn Jenner.
John Fetterman saying this about males in female sports. Watch.
All right, here we go.
I have a 13-year-old daughter, and she plays basketball, and I'm not afraid that she's going to get mowed down. I know there'll be commercials saying, Fetterman's for they, them, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, hey, bring it in, even though I know it's politically unpopular.
He's not afraid of men in women's sports. But the governor of California says it's unfair in a podcast yesterday.
Oh, well, he changed his mind. Right. Let's be honest. He's running for something here in the future, Gavin Newsom. It is a big deal. I've been fighting this war since the Leah Thomas days, like 4 years ago. It is not fair. I know. I've lived the experience. I've been in athletics. I'm obviously trans, and I finally dealt with it much later in life. And it's not fair. And I want to protect women's sports, and we need to do that. We have a president that is doing his best. He's still meeting some resistance, especially from the Democrats who have this woke ideology. I don't want gender ideology to be taught in schools. I want to keep it out. I don't want it.
I don't know. She's talking about woke ideology. Maybe, I don't know.
I don't want gender ideology to be taught in schools. I want to keep it out. I don't want it in athletics. All of those things are things that we have to do. I am for trans rights in other areas, but in this one, they just have to keep it XX you're in, XY you're not.
Yeah. Caitlin, great to have you on, as always.
It's always my pleasure.
Thanks,
It's good to see you.
We'll see you back on the nighttime show here.
But I have one beef with you.
What's that?
I got on the other show, I got a cup.
The other show?
I got the cup. Yes, you have like 4 or 5 shows, don't you now?
Yeah.
But I got my Common Sense cup.
Yeah.
Okay, and I brought it home. It is the smallest cup I have in my entire. When you have common sense, you need like a big
bucket
mug
of common sense.
Of common sense.
We'll get you another
So
one.
the next time you order them,
bigger cups, bigger common sense mugs. Caitlin, thank you.
Well, Caitlin is 75 years old. Whoa. I remember when it was a he.
Democrats are in panic mode.
All right, here we go.
Reportedly calling an emergency meeting yesterday of a dozen House Democrats. Now, this comes after that embarrassing display during President Trump's joint address to Congress.
But I gotta say though, one thing I admire about Caitlyn Jenner is she's just living her life the way she wants it. She's not saying, "Hey, look at me, I am a trans. Come, give me a day. Hey, look at me, I'm trans. I need special treatment." No, she's just living her life just like everybody else. That's why I respect her. Okay, she's not coming out here and saying trans advocate. Just live your life, man.
Including the moment Al Green shouted and waved his cane that led to his censure.
That's your warning. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Remove him.
Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered on this Friday. I'm Kayleigh McEnany here with my co-host Emily Compagno. Also joining us, Molly Line, Fox News correspondent, Marie Harf, Fox News contributor and former State Department spokesperson under President Obama. And look who it is for the very first time on the couch, House Speaker
Hi, Mike.
Mike Johnson. So good to have you here, Speaker Johnson.
So good to be with you. I've been wanting to do this for a long time, so thanks for the opportunity, ladies.
We've been wanting to have you, and we are quite excited. You know, I woke up this morning and I'm reading and, all the congressional publications, Politico, Punchbowl, Axios. Here's what they said happened last night. I was very intrigued by it. This is after the censure of Al Green. You have Politico Playbook citing Axios that says there was a very unhappy House Democratic leadership meeting. They had a come to Jesus meeting with a dozen House lawmakers. Punchbowl, elucidating on that, said that this included Maxwell Frost, Jasmine Crockett, two very outspoken Democrats, and they used the word that they were berated for their behavior. How ordinary is it for leadership to berate members of their own party? And were you surprised by this?
I wasn't surprised. It is extraordinary, but they did make fools of themselves on the House floor. And everyone saw it, everyone in the country. It was a reminder to them why we won so decisively in this last election cycle and why they lost. And they're really a party in total disarray, as you see it on vivid display right now. They don't have an identified leader. They don't have any vision for where they're going. They don't have a platform that they can run on because it was repudiated overwhelmingly in the election. So they're sort of flailing about, and it blew up on the House floor, and I think they deeply regret it. At least some of them do. Others apparently didn't get the message of the election.
No, Al Green among them. He becomes the fourth House Democrat to be censured in the last 4 years. And Hakeem Jeffries, your counterpart on the other side of the aisle, had this to say about the censure.
The censure resolution put forth by extreme MAGA Republicans is not worth the paper that it was written on.
He says it's not worth the paper, and House Freedom Caucus members are asking to put forward a resolution to remove Al Green from his committee assignments. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the interesting thing is he was censured for disrupting the proceedings of the House. And while I was reading the censure that was voted in, by the way, by 10 House Democrats who joined Republicans in that, they disrupted the proceedings of the House. So there's some irony there. We have to keep decorum. We have to keep control of the proceedings because we're the greatest deliberative body in the world, and we need to act like it. And I think this went way over the line. By the way, these censures, this is not a normal thing. I mean, he was only the 29th member of the House to be censured in the entire history of the U.S. Congress. So it was above the pale. He's the first person to ever be removed from the floor during a presidential address. It was appropriate, and we got to maintain control.
Emily's going to hop in here, but just a quick follow-up. What about his committee assignments? Do you think that's on the table?
Well, I talked to Freedom Caucus members and other Republicans who are deeply concerned about this. They say we have to restore control one way or the other, and they need to be real consequences, and it's something we'll be looking at early next week.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, it seems that there are some reasonable heads prevailing, right? We have Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow. She says, look, these Democrats are sick and tired of performative nonsense. We don't want to see our elected officials trying to be cute or clever, she says. So back to Tuesday night. Peggy Noonan, Democrat, esteemed WSJ opinion editor, wrote a thoughtful op-ed today where she said, look, I came to 3 conclusions after Tuesday. She said they're not serious people talking about her own party, these elected officials who refused to stand up, who refused to clap. 2, their job was to show they are an alternative to Mr. Trump, and instead they proved why he won. And then her third and most important, she said, they will continue to lose for a long time. And she talked about how to stand and cheer, to show support for these incredible Americans that were there that evening was to show love. And instead, she said, they brought the hate. So my question, to quote the Black Eyed Peas, which I got to see in concert 100 years ago, where is the love, Speaker? And do you think that Democrats will listen to these reasonable voices?
I think most of them won't. And you saw that by their vote. They voted against Century Now Green. They're doubling down, tripling down on their failed policies and their message, and it does not resonate with the people. Peggy Noonan used to be a speechwriter for Ronald Reagan. I mean, she's a pretty keen observer of politics and human nature, and what she's seen here is a trend that no one can deny, that the Democratic Party has left the American people. I mean, when I was a kid, I grew up in Louisiana, in the Deep South. There weren't many Republicans. I didn't know many, but that party left the people of my state and every other state over the years, and now they went through that woke progressive nonsense. They went so vigorous and aggressive. It's almost like the pendulum swung all the way to the left and it clicked, and now it's sort of moving back. And what President Trump represents, and our party by extension now, is a force that is moving that pendulum back to what President Trump says is common sense. And that was long overdue. And the people embrace it, and the polls verify that they're in favor of what we're doing, restoring common sense and our conservative principles, which I know that we can demonstrate are good for everyone. It will lead to human flourishing. And then we'll keep these new demographics of folks that we gained in this election cycle and govern for many years to come.
Yeah, Speaker, it's so interesting. A lot of Democrats remember Joe Wilson yelling, "You lie," at Barack Obama, and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert saying some really awful things to Joe Biden. So the State of the Union in general has become a little bit more of a circus, I think. So Democrats will also remember that. But you're right in saying that Democrats are searching for a message and a leader. No, I'm a Democrat. I looked at what happened on Tuesday night and did not like a lot of it, right? What I did like was Alyssa Slotkin, the senator from Michigan, who was the official response, who's a moderate, worked for the George W. Bush CIA, right, worked on Iraq and other intelligence issues. And she came out and said, prices are higher. They're firing veterans all around the country. We are hearing in town halls that voters, Democrats may not be winning them over quite yet, but Republicans are starting to lose them. So I'd love your thoughts on sort of her message. There is a moderate wing of the party, and it was on display in that speech, but also what your members are starting to hear. We're seeing these town halls where members are getting berated. I lived through the Obamacare town halls, and I learned as a Democrat, once you start getting those, canceling town halls, things don't look good for you. So what do you make of sort of this moment and that part of the party, and also how your members are hearing from folks?
Well, look.
And are they going to cancel town halls?
I'll say this. The president is now, 45 days into his administration.
Something like that.
We're transitioning from Bidenomics and this terrible economy that was delivered by the last administration. It takes a while to turn that ship around, but we are doing that. And the Congress is working to codify all the executive orders that the president is doing. But with regard to the town halls, look, we have Republicans who want to go out and be among their constituents and hear their concerns and dialogue with them. It's a big part of the job. But the problem is they're being ambushed right now by in many cases, paid protesters. You got George Soros-funded groups. They're very well organized. That's one thing Democrats do very well, is this organization, right? And they go an hour or two early before the event. They fill all the seats. And so the actual constituents of these Republican members can't actually make it into the arenas. And so it's not a productive dialogue at all. They're just walking into an ambush. So we've encouraged our members to think thoughtfully about that. There are a lot of ways now with technology to be in constant dialogue with your constituents. You can do telephone town halls and get 10,000 people on the phone at the same time. You can have small group meetings with industry or organization groups or various parts of your community, and it'd be very productive. So we want to do the job, do it well, do it efficiently and effectively, and walking into a staged production like that doesn't serve anyone's interest.
Speaker Johnson, I know Molly has a question for you, and we're going to get to that in just a moment. But I noticed something this week. I looked back at Biden's State of the Union last year, and I saw you stand when he mentioned John Lewis. And I saw you stand when he mentioned standing as America to get the hostages freed from Hamas. You were able to recognize those common humanity moments, and it doesn't appear that your colleagues on the other aisle were able to do that for DJ Daniel, a cancer survivor. Why do you think you could recognize that, but they could not?
It's a great question. It was shameful. I mean, they didn't stand for the families of, Lake and Riley and victims of crime and all of these things. The hostage who was released after his elderly mother pleaded for all of that from the tragedy in Israel. I mean, they missed their opportunity. And look, a State of the Union or a joint address is meant to be, they're supposed to be unifying moments. It's something we all join in together. It used to be a celebrated event of America. And so you look for those moments that you can join and all join together. President Trump provided many of them, and they just sat through it all. And so I think it sent a profound message to the people. I mean, it was shameful. And I don't know how they explain their way out of that.
Yeah. Well, we talk about the bingo cards and the waving of the cane. At the same time, there's an opportunity here for more moderate Democrats. Marie was talking about this to come forward and appear sane in comparison. So there is this window of opportunity as the Democrats are trying to figure out where they're going to go and how they get back on the map. And well, they're definitely throwing a little spaghetti against the wall in a lot of different respects. Here we are. We're about to go into a pretty intense period where we're going to be talking about money. This is what Congress does. And there's a lot of criticism right now, and the Democrats want to put language in about how much power President Trump has and what Republicans in Congress will do to rein that in. What do you picture in the coming weeks ahead? Hopefully not any, Serbian legislative smoke bombs being tossed around. Expect a little more peace than that.
Well, that's right. And this illustrates that the radical extremists in the Democrat Party have outnumbered the moderates. There's only a small handful of moderates left, and that's been on display here over and over. And they tried to do it, to your point, in the appropriations process. The Republican appropriators are negotiating in good faith. They're exchanging top-line negotiation numbers back and forth. And about 2 weeks ago, the Democrats threw into this outrageous requirement, this stipulation, hey, we won't fund the government unless you tie the hands of the executive branch, unless you put in all these stipulations and you take away the authority that they're duly allowed in our system. And we're not going to do that. They know we're not going to do that. So it looked like they were trying to engineer a shutdown of the government, which is terribly irresponsible. We're not going to do that. We will be running a clean CR next week. And what that will do is allow the White House time, the administration, to continue the DOGE efforts, finding all these extraordinary levels of savings and waste, fraud, and abuse. We'll be able to incorporate that into the budgeting for FY26, which will start almost immediately after we're done next week. And so that's going to be a great innovation. I think it's going to change the way government works. I was with Elon Musk in his office across this parking lot from the White House about a week ago. Late at night, we're meeting, and I said, we're both getting increasingly excited about all the savings that he's finding. And I said, we're looking at this differently. You think of it as a data analyst and a scientist. I'm looking at this as a constitutional law attorney and a historian. Elon, it's not just about saving money. This is revolutionary. We're going to restore the founders' original vision for the Constitution. They wanted a limited federal government that had careful oversight by Congress, but Congress hasn't been able to do that because they've been hiding the data. He's found it. It's going to change the way we do government.
Speaker Johnson, you had a viral moment with Vice President J.D. Vance during the State of the Union. It was joint address to Congress, I should say. It was a hot mic moment. We want to play that.
By the way, I think the speech is going to be great. But I don't know how you do this for 90 minutes.
The hardest thing was doing it during Biden, when the speech was a stupid campaign speech.
I mean, what's the backstory? Did you not know your mic was hot?
I didn't. They turn these mics off all the time. I didn't know it was on, and
They're always on.
Sorry about that, but I was candid there.
Well, if last week was trying to meet the moment, I would give them an F. I think that when you're in the joint session, there should be a decorum. You either applaud where you're supposed to or you sit down. I've said that when the guy said you lie to Obama. I think I'm going to not be disingenuous because it's President Trump, but there is a way to treat the president in that type of a way. I also think, in my opinion, I would go after what they're trying to do with Medicaid, but do it in town halls. Do it on coming on Fox. Do it on going on Clay's podcast, which I should be going on. But don't do it on TikTok and these other things where you just get kind of tuned out.
Yeah. Clay, I want to play some sound. This is from the Pod Save America podcast, Dan Pfeiffer, Jon Favreau, and they said the following here. Watch.
If you're on the side who wants the fight here, my question for you would be, what would be your public rationale for why you're opposing a clean year-long continuing of funding for the government at levels agreed to when President Biden was president? And what do you think you could get out of that fight?
They would say, okay, well, we're trying to shut down, Elon Musk's sort of illegal destruction of government. Maybe that's another reason, as they're approaching the shutdown, why Trump tried to say that they're putting some guardrails around Doge.
So maybe, Clay, the goal here is just shut down the government. That'll get Elon Musk. That'll hurt Doge.
I think that's probably what Elon Musk would welcome, right? Is less government workers and being able to save money. What I think is emblematic this week is Democrats don't stand for anything. They don't have a leader. They don't have any particular issue that they can focus on. They're legitimately not standing for brain cancer survivors, for 95-year-old moms who get their sons brought home, for moms of victims of illegal immigrants. Trump delivered a masterful speech, and Democrats really didn't have any response at all. And I think that's the biggest challenge they face. They don't have a leader. Maybe Kamala Harris is going to run for governor from California. I think most Republicans would love her to be the nominee again in 2028. Tim Walz is an unmitigated disaster. I mean, even Minnesotans are embarrassed by him. Who is the face of the Democrat Party right now? There isn't one. And that makes it very hard to stand up against Trump, because not only are you poor on the issues, but you don't even have an eloquent, articulate spokesperson to take him on.
Yeah, and Robert, I mean, it's a fair point, because we did a little bit of this last night. We did Common Sense in the fact that when Tim Walz kind of stumbled out of the blocks when he was asked who the leader of the Democratic Party is, it's understandable. I mean, there's nobody who just jumps out at you, right?
All right, I'm going to go back to Clay's old days, like a Stephen A. Smith. All right, I'm the next leader. No, it's true. We don't have a great leader at this time. Just to talk about the continuing resolution, I want to be clear. I was not supportive in 2013, the government shutting down. I wasn't supportive in 2018, 2019. I would not support that today. I would say that the Democrats should fight on trying to do a one-year continuing resolution. I think 3 to 6 months would make more sense. As far as the leader of the party, it's a tough one right now. And I think, like I said, I think we should go to town halls and make it local and really, speak truth to what we think's going wrong with Doge and other things that President Trump's trying to put front and center.
It's like a bad football team, Clay, where they admittedly go out and say it's a rebuilding process.
Look, if Stephen A. Smith wants to run for president as a Democrat, I will run for president as a Republican, and I will beat him in 40 states. I'd actually feel bad for him. I'd wipe the floor with him, worse than the Lakers wiped the Mavs the floor when they traded for Luka and got Anthony Davis back for the injury. It would be, the Stephen A. Smith would be the Chicago Bears, and I would be the Philadelphia Eagles. It would be an ugly look for him. I welcome him in the political arena.
Yeah, listen, the Lakers have done something big.
Well, my Celtics play the Lakers tomorrow night, so it's okay. I'm a Celtics guy. I don't mind that.
It's tradition, man. It's tradition all the way back to that. Robert, 10 seconds on the whole concept here, where Kamala Harris might run for governor in California. I got to go, but what do you think?
Yeah, I'm a fan of Kamala, but I hope she takes a big time out right now. And I think running for governor would not be the best move, even though Nixon did do it in 1960.
No, it wasn't. When I worked for Bill Clinton, as you mentioned in your angle, we were moderate. We sought to differentiate ourselves with policies that reflected what the American people wanted: smaller government, balanced budget, reducing spending and reducing debt. Right now, the party is unrecognizable, has no message, has no strategy, is rudderless, and frankly, I thought was embarrassing itself with its behavior, Laura, when the joint session of Congress heard the president give what I thought was a very moving address.
Well, CJ, instead of urging that you don't do what Al the Raging Cane Green did, they celebrated him today with a "we shall overcome," like he was thrown out because of his race. Again, clinging to the racial polarization, which I guess they think worked in 2020 to some extent, but it isn't working today, not with the multicultural party that the Republican Party is becoming.
No, Laura, you're exactly right, and I agree with my friend Doug here, is that the party of JFK is definitively dead right now. But, you know, I remember an old quote from Napoleon Bonaparte where he says that when your enemy is in the middle of making a mistake, let them. And every single day I see the Democrats continuing to do just that, making a mistake and ensuring that we remember that they still have not yet learned the lesson of why they lost in November. And I got to tell you, it's honestly quite embarrassing when I see folks like Congressman Al Green and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett become the faces of the Democrat Party, because I think it's kind of embarrassing for the black community, to be quite frank. Because if you look at what happened in November, who propelled President Trump to the White House? A multicultural coalition, just like you said, of black men, black women who are sick and tired of the status quo, sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I got to tell you, this is not helping them win in the midterms.
Doug, you've heard bits and pieces from people like John Fetterman. There are not many like him, but nevertheless, you've heard a little bit from him about how this stuff isn't working. The stunts might be cute, might get some clicks on TikTok, fine, but it's not a way to grow a party. You start looking really frivolous and unserious at some point. Do you foresee any party switches? I'm sorry, Doug. Do you see any possible party switches from people like a Fetterman?
Well, I certainly think that is possible. If you look at what he's said and what he's done, it's clear he's uncomfortable in the Democratic Party, as frankly I am. I disagree with the Republicans on a lot of things. They go further than I would go. So I cling to my membership in the Democratic Party, but it's not the same party. It isn't, CJ said, the party of John F. Kennedy or Bill Clinton. Moderates are really not welcome. And I wish we could have the kind of discussion about issues that most of us want, that President Trump, I think, was inviting from the opposition, that is sadly absent. It's a woke, far-left party that I really have very little in common with the party that I helped build and reelect proudly Bill Clinton in 1996.
Yeah, CJ, so as I was writing the angle this afternoon, I went back and looked at Bill Clinton's remarks about his budget. I think this was 93, 94. Maybe it's 95. It was 95, excuse me. And he was talking about the money they were surging to the border and Operation Gatekeeper in San Diego. Doug, you probably remember this.
I do.
But he's like, we're sending 1,000 more agents down there. And I'm thinking, do we have the soundbite? We might have it. Actually, we'll play it later. But it was stunning. I was like, what? Where is that party? It's gone.
Yeah. You know, you're exactly right. You know, I'm a University of Alabama guy, but I'm a Georgia boy originally. And I remember the words of Sam Nunn and, you know, folks like Roy Barnes who said the Democrat Party left them. They didn't leave it. And we see that exemplified every single day. While they're making these ridiculous dances on TikTok, which, by the way, is a platform that President Trump absolutely walloped them on, President Trump is delivering for the American people. He's revitalizing American industry. He's securing our border. But also, most importantly, he's fortifying America's future for my generation. And God bless him for it, Laura.
Yeah, Doug, the polling is devastating here. 21%, an all-time low, approving of the way Democrats in Congress are carrying out their jobs. 21% approval, 68% disapprove. So they're in a box, are they not? They can't really win maybe without the emotion of the Jasmine Crockett's, I guess. But can they win with them?
I frankly don't think they can win with the Al Greens and the Jasmine Crockett's acting the way they are, sounding the way they are, and doing what they do. I think they need a set of moderate, centrist alternative policies to the Trump administration where you accept that people want smaller government and want tighter borders. but sadly, that's not there.
Especially from a national level, Democrats have really just lost their course, if they had any at all. Listen, my son reported to Parris Island to be a United States Marine last week, so it touches me to see the kid accepted to West Point. My other son wants to be a law enforcement officer, so capturing a terrorist who killed an American. And I'm a former prosecutor, so I don't know where they're going, but they're certainly not the grown-ups of the room.
Yeah. Meantime, there was a lot of attention being placed on something that the former VP candidate, Tim Walz, said when he was asked this question on CNN. Watch.
Sir, who do you think the leader of the Democratic Party is right now?
I think the voting public right now is what I would say. And I keep telling that. We're not going to have a charismatic leader ride in here and save us from this.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, he kind of got stumped. He didn't really have an answer. Do you have an answer to that? Do you know, is it readily obvious to you who the leader of the Democratic Party is right now?
No, none whatsoever. It should be the people, and the people should be deciding. But really what sucks all of the oxygen out of the room, and we keep losing with the opportunity cost of actually getting things done. It's the loud fringes of both sides that really leaves us searching for something. So I'm the upper chamber minority leader. We're not really so progressive. We're a lot more practical. We have real issues here in Florida. So insofar as we're the third largest state with 23 million people, the leaders of the Democratic Party here in Florida are leadership in the minority caucuses.
Yeah, and you represent a big chunk of the population of Florida. It's interesting to note. Byron Donalds, of course, has announced that he is running for governor of Florida. You have hinted at the possibility of running. You term out in 2027. Have you thought more about this? Are you running for governor? Are you at least plotting to go in that direction?
Trace, I think I have to be. I'm 100% committed to Florida. This is supposed to be a part-time legislature, but it's like raising kids correctly. It's a full-time job. But I've had disasters and tragedies and opportunities. I represented Surfside in the collapse. We have flooding and infrastructure issues. My constituents want us to deal with property insurance and auto insurance, and why are their kids' SAT scores plummeting? They don't want socially divisive issues anymore, regardless of what side they're on. And so, I find myself, getting closer and closer.
Yeah, and you see Florida, it's leaning more red. How does a Democrat, a moderate Democrat even like yourself, win in Florida?
We have about 3.8 million registered NPAs. And while the Republicans have their voter registration advantage, really that shouldn't be taken for granted. Democrats had several 100,000 voter registration advantage, but we haven't had the governor's mansion in about 30 years. Here's the reality. You have Byron Donalds, who's announced, Casey DeSantis, who's hinting at also running, which would be like tacky nepotism to the nth degree. But really, they're sort of poaching themselves and they're cannibalizing themselves. There's a lot of infighting here with the Republican Party. They're as fractured as the partisanship and polarization is between Democrats and Republicans. And as they try to get further and further and further to the right to outright themselves, again, we have a bloated state government. We're maxed out on agencies. We spend tens and hundreds of millions of dollars on crap and not on what the people actually need. So, we beat our chest about how great we are with combating illegal immigration. Trace, I'm the one that filed the E-Verify bill a couple weeks ago to actually go after employers who hire illegal immigrants. Wasn't a Republican.
Democrats have got to take a good, long, hard look at themselves, because the stupid signs, the not getting up for the poor families of these murdered people, the way they treated that boy, the walkouts, the silly Instagram stuff afterwards. Look at me, I didn't go in. This is the President of the United States speaking. What's going on? In the heart of politics.
Do you feel for your former party, Joseph?
No, I don't feel for him. What what everyone saw yesterday was emotions. You saw the Democrats displaying their emotions yesterday. Wednesday. So, Tuesday actually. What you saw was Democrats displaying their inner self. I was there and I saw while Donald Trump was speaking about his policies and talking about these victims that's been the victims of a tragedy.
Right.
You saw Bernie Sanders. You saw Bernie Sanders on his phone the whole time. He never looked up. Never looked up to them victims. I saw, because I saw Elizabeth Warren sit next to him, had no interest of what Trump was saying. He had no interest of what the victims was going through, because the American people didn't know a lot of these things. And they had absolutely no interest. And I was embarrassed because, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to put this up, the Politico Insider poll, quoting here, Insider poll, the Democratic Party has lost its sway is the quote. A plurality of voters, 40%, said the Democratic Party doesn't have any strategy whatsoever for responding to Trump. According to the survey by the liberal firm Blueprint that was shared first with Politico, another 24% said Democrats have a game plan, but it's a bad one. A paltry 10% said that the party has a solid technique for dealing with Trump, and that's coming from a Democratic Outfit survey. 10% think the Dems have a plan.
They don't have a plan. If they have a plan, they will never react to the way they did yesterday, Tuesday. They don't have a plan. They really are fishing right now. They fishing to see what the American people might react
plans,
to.
yo.
When you saw Al Green outburst, that's not a plan. When you see Bernie doing after his speech, you saw Bernie do his speech, and you saw the Democrat from Michigan. I don't know her name. She just got elected. When you saw them, they all doing speeches trying to justify their action. They don't have a plan. Really, what they're trying to do is play on the hearts of American. We've been me as a former Democrat, I have been abused emotionally by them. They had abused most of us.
Man, bro. He said he has been abused by them. Oh, Lord. They lied to me. All right.
Do you
Elon.
think the risk here is the real stories? I mean, veterans losing their jobs because they actually work for the
Now, everybody, look. This government efficiencies going on, okay? What is going on here, all right? People are saying that Elon is cutting government jobs, all right? Like veterans are losing their jobs. Who do you know who is a veteran that has lost their job? If you know any veteran who actually lost their job, put it in the chat, because people actually are going wild.
government, and they work for the government in a capacity where they're providing services to other veterans, and these stories are getting out.
Yeah, if you start seeing veterans protesting in Washington because they've been personally affected, that's going to have a lot more resonance than a typical kind of partisan march. Look, there's a way to do this. If you want to actually cut down on waste, fraud, and abuse, the GAO has a report saying it's $250 million a year or upwards annually. You do it in a bipartisan way. If you're doing it this way, which is totally ad hoc, it's sort of meme-driven, it's a lot of people are getting caught in the crossfire and cabinet officials are getting pissed. But more importantly, it's hurting people and cutting across the promise to address affordability crisis, which is what we all thought the election was about. This is an ideological power grab, and it's going to piss off a lot of people who are going to get hurt, many of whom have voted for Donald Trump.
Well, and that's the point, right? Because critics are going to critique, right? But the voters didn't actually vote for this. And when you look at some of the other consequences of DOGE and the cuts and the layoffs, this is delaying deportations, right? Which is something that a lot of MAGA voters really want.
It's kind of funny how that's like receded into the background in the midst of all of this.
I mean, sure, there's that too.
The caravan disappeared.
But Elon Musk is an unelected man-child running around the country with a pretend chainsaw playing at politics. Of course, people are going to get sick of this when it isn't working. None of this feels America first, especially the economic policy. America first is letting countries mind their own business. We are going to other countries and mucking about in their economies. It might not be boots on the ground, but it is economic warfare. And by the way, we're also threatening boots on the ground in countries like Panama and Iran.
And Greenland.
And Greenland. So none of this feels America first. None of this feels like what people who voted for Donald Trump voted for.
That was amazing.
You
should do a show
voted
together.
for.
That was a great pitch.
I wonder what's happening.
You voted for.
Oh my God.
It's something bigger. But look, I would also like to see this done with honesty.
You
When the
vote for
president
Delta
comes in and
Mine.
says, we're giving all this money for transgender mice, and it's transgenic mice, which actually help us fight cancer. Or when we say, oh, we cut $8 billion, it was actually $8 million. You're not doing this in an honest and transparent way. And even worse, you are pretending to be transparent when you are not. And, you know, if this was a movie or a book and this person cut the Department of Education and then showed an absolute lack of understanding of government in his behavior, you'd be like, that was too on the nose. You can't have him cutting the DOE and then not knowing enough to do his job. The incompetence is rank, and we are all dealing with his now inability to understand what tariffs actually are and do. And we're all saying tariffs go this way. And he's like, no, I think they go that way.
Let's play what he says. This is what he says tariffs are about in his mind. Listen.
Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that.
By the way, that speech, the joint address, that was this week, actually, not like 5 years ago. But tariffs will make America rich again. One of the interesting things, you know, we talked about France and Zelensky and all that stuff, but the war with Canada is, it boggles the mind.
It's a South Park idea to go to war with Canada. This is not
That's
a
true.
serious
It is
concept.
It is very serious right now, though. I mean, you know, the Canadians, there was some reporting this week that they believe that this is really Trump actually trying to destroy and overtake their country, like for real. Not in a South Park episode, but in real life in 2025.
Well, he has consistently talked about 51st state, now, you know, calling Prime Minister Trudeau, Governor Trudeau is sort of a right-wing meme, and he's got designs on Greenland. The larger sort of, if there's any vision behind this, it seems like he's sort of saying that, you know, China can take Asia, Russia should have dominance in Eurasia, and then the U.S. will take North America. Thank you very much. Canada is one of our greatest allies. We have the longest peaceful border in the world. It is not a driver of fentanyl into our country, nor is it a major driver of migrants. The fact that he's teed off on Canada so persistently is so counterproductive for the United States. And remember, he's trying to displace a deal he put in place when he renegotiated NAFTA. So this is actually something so profoundly screwed up,
you know,
that it's going to have blowback for all of us for a long time.
Okay.
President Trump is trying to reverse 4 disastrous years of Bidenomics. Remember that? And the first thing he's doing is putting America first.
This country has been ripped off from every nation in the world, every company outside in the world. We've been ripped off at levels never seen before, and all we're going to do is get it back. We're going to get a lot of it back. We're not going to let people take advantage of us anymore. What I have to do is build a strong country. What we're doing is we're building a tremendous foundation for the future, tremendous foundation.
Critics say President Trump's tariff threats will drive up inflation. But Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says there's nothing to worry about.
The economic program is a whole-of-government, holistic program, and I think that if we could get a one-time price adjustment across a continuum, I'm not worried about inflation.
All right, then, let's get into it. Joe, are you tariff man, like President Trump seems to be? How do you feel about it?
I feel that tariffs are great as a negotiation ploy, Steve. But then I want to see what the end game is. In other words, when we tariff Canada, right, and we say fentanyl's got to stop coming into this country, then I look at Mexico and I say, well, it's coming in from there at 100 times the pace. At what point, what's the end game? That's what I want to know. I understand what the president is doing as far as a negotiation ploy, and it's worked. Colombia, for example. He wanted Colombia to take back some illegal immigrants that were here that were criminals, and it worked. They folded immediately. The question is, How long can he use it as a negotiation ploy, and how much does it affect the stock market at this point?
Another thing, Molly, I've heard people make the argument that as well as the tactical leverage in terms of the tariff, there's a bigger philosophical point here, which is that tariffs help rebalance the economy away. The people who lose out are kind of Wall Street and finance. The people who gain are workers.
Yeah.
And so it's rebalancing the economy towards workers.
And that's what President Trump has said he's trying to do, to bring the wealth back to America. He's laid it out there that this is the goal, but it is creating a lot of confusion and creating confusion around the globe in multiple industries. You know, you could aluminum, milk, wood, like it just goes on and on where the confusion is. But there maybe we'll get some clarity on April 2nd when the reciprocal tariff effort is supposed to take shape on that day. He keeps pointing to that date. So maybe by then we'll have a little bit of more of a shakeout and allow all of these industries to plan a little bit.
I think it's also good that, you know, he's being very direct and transparent and saying, yeah, this is a big change and there's going to be a period of adjustment. We'll have to see. All right, let's now turn to the war on crypto. The president is also looking to create a national stockpile of digital assets, and he's embracing the unconventional currency by hosting on Friday the first ever crypto summit. Now, while many Americans are still wary of investing in digital assets, crypto czar David Sachs, he says it's time to embrace it.
Bitcoin has proven over time to be a very good investment. It's proven to be very secure. Bitcoin has now been around for over 15 years. The price has gone up from basically zero to roughly $90,000 per coin. And we think this stuff is scarce. It's like digital gold, and we want to keep it in a digital Fort Knox. Now, what we're talking about is Bitcoin that's already on the federal balance sheet. So the federal government, as a result of civil and criminal seizures and forfeitures, had accumulated roughly 400,000 Bitcoin over the past decade.
All right, Taylor. Well, we did a bit of a straw poll here, and we've appointed you. We've appointed you our crypto czar.
Let's do it.
Tell us what's going on here.
Look, we both know we born and raised in California, grew up in neighborhoods with David Sachs. He's one of the smartest people in the room. I would never bet against him or Elon Musk, I might add. But David Sachs is a very good point. There is a Bitcoin reserve, which is, again, without having that long-term strategy, David Sachs says that we've lost about 17 trillion. Could it be because we sold Bitcoin willy-nilly without having a long-term planning strategy of you hold on to this and then you sell it later? It's like buy and.
Are you guys cool with Bitcoin actually being stored as some sort of, I think they're calling it like a Bitcoin reserve? It says, oh, okay, it says here, Trump orders creation of U.S. Bitcoin reserve. Boom. Because a lot of people still think Bitcoin is some sort of Ponzi scheme. But I don't think so. Do you guys think we need a Bitcoin reserve? I think we do.
Hold in economics. That's very different from a digital asset stockpile, which he said would be everything X Bitcoin. Think Ethereum, think Solana, Cardano, right? All of those other sort of random cryptocurrencies that aren't really mainstream.
Joe's nodding along like you have the first idea
He's
what's
like,
going on.
I thought that one.
Yeah, those are the first 3 times I've ever heard those words in my life.
And that's more of like you could buy and sell, and that's more of a nimble asset, whereas he's thinking about Bitcoin as this sort of long-term strategy play. So I actually like that there is a separation between those two, because I think Bitcoin is one that people know of and they can sort of wrap their heads around.
I'm more like a dog who's trying to understand what the owner's saying. Like, well, what? Trust me, a lot of people watching right now still don't have any idea what Bitcoin is and why it's valuable. So can you explain that? I'm sorry to take your segment.
I have a good idea on Ethereum. This is how it was explained to me. Think of when you sell your house and you have a record of who owns the title on that house.
Right.
Eventually, we can get to a place where if it's on the Ethereum blockchain, I'll have a seamless record of every title holder on that house. Or if I'm GE and I'm selling in aerospace and I want to track in the supply chain how the engine got from A to B to C to D, USD. If you do it on the Ethereum blockchain, I'll have a seamless accounting transaction of all the supply chain transactions. So you don't need someone like a title insurance guy to show up at your closing to verify that you own the title.
So it's worth
Does
something
that
then.
Makes sense.
Is it worth something then?
That's what I hear. Again, though, David Sacks is smarter
Okay, I'm
than
just
I
trying to
am.
understand.
Okay, we're going to do a little exam, and next up, you're going to tell us what you explain what the blockchain is. Molly,
Yeah, done.
Well, no, I was just going to say that the way this is being sold by the executive order is that it's to resolve the current disjointed handling of cryptocurrencies, kind of to pull things together, get it organized, that right now there's no clear policy that exists for managing the assets, so get it organized.
Well, look, I just got to wrap it up by saying it is very encouraging that we have literally the best people in the world working on this for the president.
I agree.
So that's got to be a positive. Yeah.
Well, okay. Bitcoin is heavy, so he should do
This
it.
is not President Trump's first trip to the rodeo. People need to understand that.
That's true.
He's been in office before. And so people were suffering while he was in office. They certainly were
Man,
suffering
please.
when President Biden was in office, and they are still suffering today. This is our 9th year of having either President Biden or President Trump. So President Trump cannot just totally divorce himself from what is happening in the economy. It's very much his economy. What he needs to do is focus on working class people like he said he was going to do when he ran as a populist, but it was a faux populist, and stop trying to give away everything, the whole store, to the ultra wealthy in this country. But it is very much his economy. It's seamless.
You know, I am concerned about something that you're
Now
saying.
it's
I see
seamless.
it very similarly.
Yeah.
To be generous to
Well, Obama,
the Trump base.
look, this folks. Now they're saying it's seamless, y'all. But when Trump was president back in 2016 to 2020, what did they say? They said Trump's job, Trump's economy, everything Trump accomplished was because of Obama, because it was Obama's economy. But now it's seamless, okay? It's seamless, ladies and gentlemen.
Best. There were times it felt like an authentic working class revolt against, liberal elitism, inflation, since the border wasn't secure. I didn't like the tone and tenor of it, but I understood the pain at the bottom of that stuff.
Absolutely.
And you were very outspoken about that. Yeah. But it seems like to me that there's something else that's happening now in D.C. It feels like it's a revolution of rich people rich people on behalf of rich people. They got all these billionaires in the cabinet. I don't see a lot of working folks in the cabinet. They have the richest person in the world seems to be running everything. And then when he brings in all these kids, he's not bringing in working class kids. He's bringing in super geek kids, and those are the people jacking in their laptops and trying to fire everybody. And I'm like, wait a minute. At what point is the Trump base going to start saying, has this working person's movement been hijacked by billionaires? And at what point are you going to do something about the price of eggs? At what point are you going to do something that actually affects working people? Chasing after transgender people and throwing veterans out of work. Where's the populism in this populist president?
The part of the picture here is what's going to happen when he actually makes good on tariffs. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. He went back he gave them a 1-month reprieve, and then today said, well, we're going to slap 250% tariffs on Canada maybe tomorrow. And, I'm hearing some Democrats saying, okay, don't be reflexively against tariffs because that's a working class policy. But it's also true that willy-nilly tariffs will hurt Americans.
Well, it's the inconsistency of the policies that's actually the biggest issue. So if you talk to economists about where we are today in terms of the jobs report that just came out, it's when you don't have a consistent set of policies where business does not know how to react to that. And so that's why you see sometimes hiring gets put on hold. People don't know what to do because they don't know what they're going to have to respond to. The most classic example has been this week with the automakers who have said, we need more clarity on how you're going to do this. We're American automakers, but we obviously rely on other countries to be able to produce cars. How is this going to affect us? And
that's part of the problem. The American automakers were the ones that spent the past 20 years actually offshoring jobs to Mexico and Canada, whereas foreign companies, Hyundai Motor Group, Kia, BMW, they've all been opening up plants here, and they're not actually concerned. But just to stay with the jobs number, I want to talk about the manufacturing numbers. There was 11,000 manufacturing jobs got. Over Biden's last year, there was 111,000 jobs lost in manufacturing. That's 9,000 a month, every single month, consistently down, down, down. If these aren't Trump's numbers, then what did Joe Biden do in his last seconds in office that actually changed the manufacturing numbers?
I guess you have to decide whether they're Trump's good numbers or Trump's bad numbers. I mean, if they were bad,
I'm going to run a test right now to see how.
I was testing you first.
No, well, first, I don't know, and you're smarter than I am about those numbers, but I'm testing your heart and not your head. If the numbers were bad, would you be claiming them as Trump's numbers?
Some of them. Look,
that's part of the problem, right there.
No, here's the problem. So when you talk about tariffs, there are good things and bad things about tariffs.
If this month's job numbers were negative 600,000, would you be claiming those for Trump, or would you be dumping them on Biden?
I'm saying there are policy points that you can point to with respect to manufacturing, vis-a-vis tariffs, that people have tried to onshore jobs. That's reflected in that report. I would estimate, if Scott Bessent and Donald Trump could every month get 10,000 federal jobs reduced in the jobs report, federal employment went down by about 10,000, and manufacturing jobs up by 10,000, I think they would make that deal today. I think the MAGA base would love that, and I think that would serve American population.
Let me just, for one point of clarity, are you suggesting that announcements that were made in the last several weeks were responsible for 10,000 jobs are showing up on a jobs report where the numbers cut off at February 12th? That's what you're saying?
Some of them,
because I don't think that's a very reasonable. I mean, I don't want people to be confused because I take that the announcements have been made, but the idea that the announcements have led to instantaneous job growth
is not instantaneous. It's a small percentage of overall manufacturing jobs, and I think companies, since President Trump got elected, since the talk of tariffs happened, since the general idea of and the premises and the policies of the last administration are the past prologue. I think a lot of companies actually made efforts to onshore jobs that weren't here.
While Biden was president?
Again, what did Joe Biden...
I'll say this. So this is part of the game. And just so the audience at home knows, if you've paid attention to politics for any period of time, there is no administration that takes blame for bad numbers. That just doesn't work.
That's right.
I remember when Donald Trump got in office, then Barack Obama was out saying, thanks, Obama. But Obama was saying, and throughout Trump's administration, when we did have some good economic progress, people were still crediting Barack Obama. So they were saying, well, this is because of Barack Obama. So, of course, Donald Trump is not going to say anything negative about or be a sponge for anything negative. That's just what happens in politics. The point that you made about the tariffs, though, because I'm not someone who fully understands that. And so I've been trying to get clarity from the administration on what it means. So they've said that it may be some short-term, pain. I don't know what that means. And the science of that, as what you were talking about, because the Biden administration, they did keep Trump's tariffs on China. So we do know that tariffs, it is a strategy there. I don't necessarily understand it, but the Trump administration probably, as we go into these summer months, they need to be more transparent in talking to people about what it is with these tariffs, like the real things that's going to happen with these tariffs.
Look, I mean, there is going to be pain because, you have tariffs that are targeted and tariffs that are not. And when you just slap 25% tariffs on everything from two trading partners where you yourself negotiated a trading deal with them, not to say the merits of USMCA, it's Trump's deal, but that is going to have an impact in the near term and perhaps in the long term.
And can we live in the short-term pain that you brought up? Short-term pain for whom?
That's right.
Big Mama and Big Papa can't afford short-term pain. Over 60% of the American people are saying they live paycheck to paycheck. 50% of people in 2024, either 2023, said that they couldn't pay their rent or having a hard time paying rent or mortgage. So short-term is to have a cavalier attitude about short-term pain of the everyday people in this country is what is being missed. And so I don't care which administration it is. Can somebody just do something for Big Mama and Big Papa in the hoods all over this country? Rural, suburban,
that's what Americans are asking. They voted one party out to do something about this, so they're waiting to see what Trump will do.
Oh my goodness. This man has only been there for a couple of days, like 40
For more
days
on
or
this
something.
situation, let's bring in Michael Pillsbury. He's
as President Trump walks back tariffs on most products from
Trump hasn't even been president for like 90 days. They already won low grocery
Mexico
prices.
and Canada again. Canada says retaliatory tariffs will stay in place until that pause is permanent. CNN's John King went to visit our northern neighbors as part of his All Over the Map series to hear what the Canadians think about the president and his tariffs.
This is American steel in Western Canada for custom finishes. One belt is to burn a few notches and drill a few holes. Another to weld some angled braces. Soon back on a rail car and back across the border for an office project in Alaska. It is a partnership that supports 100 jobs here at AI Industries in Surrey, British Columbia. This just one piece of nearly $800 billion a year in trade between the United States and Canada. Now, though, a partnership in peril because of President Trump's insistence on new tariffs.
He wants to show that U.S. is strong, and because I'm bigger than you are, I can bully you around, and this is how I'm going to do it.
Trump paused the tariffs Thursday, just 2 days after imposing them. Another about face. Yes, Walgie prefers no tariffs, but he says weeks of threats and contradictions from Trump make it impossible to plan and are already hurting both economies.
Even with the threat of tariffs, prices have gone through the roof and they've gone higher. So we're seeing right now, when we're bidding a job today versus we're bidding it 3 months ago, our cost has gone up almost 15%.
British Columbia is a living postcard. Scenic mountains and gorgeous waters. The importance of trade is everywhere you look. Canadian lumber waiting at river's edge. Rail cars to carry Canadian crude oil, crops, and more. The bustling Pacific Rim port of Vancouver.
You'll watch it for 8 hours. You'll see on average we've got 10 ships arriving and 10 ships leaving. We did about 160 million tons of cargo last year. 75% of that is those bulk commodities, grain, coal, potash, sulfur, and other agricultural products outbound.
Peter Exotta is the port CEO. He says shippers who normally plan 6 or 9 months out are now taking things a few weeks at a time because Trump is so unpredictable. And he says Trump's threats and his tone leave Canada no choice but to find new markets, new partners.
It's been a wake-up call, right? It's been a wake-up call for Canadians that we need to figure out a way to not be as dependent.
This rift goes beyond what Canadians see as Trump's bad math. They are furious at his bad manners, his constant insults, calling Canada the 51st state and its prime minister governor.
We've been in this together for a long time. We fought wars together. We went to Afghanistan. We did all this stuff together. Why? What are you doing here?
Darrell Lamb is the brand manager at Legacy Liquors. Yes, this too is a front in the new trade war.
There's yellow rose right there from Texas right there.
So, is it popular?
It is.
And if this goes into effect, you can't sell this.
It'll be off the shelf.
It's gone. Tito's Vodka too, also from Texas.
Diagram of a trade war?
The Premier of British Columbia says if Trump imposes tariffs, he will ban sales of alcohol from states that Trump won that also have a Republican governor.
We've gone through this before with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We were asked to remove all Russian products from our shelves.
Lamb says some customers rushed to stockpile American favorites, but others want all American products off the shelves.
So mad at Trump for what he's saying about Canada that they're saying, get it out of here.
No, 100%. Absolutely. I'm just worried about this eternal relationship that we've had for 200 plus years being soured for 4.
Vikram Vinayak is a short-haul truck driver, carrying berries destined for the United States on this run.
What are other loads that are pretty typical?
Nursery, trees, auto parts, and produce. Sometimes we pick frozen fish.
How much of your work or products that you know are going to end up in the United States?
More than 80-90% of our loads are going to U.S.
As many as 5 runs a day, 40 to 50 hours a week. But tariffs will cut shipments to the United States and cut Vinayak's hours.
You have a wife and 2 daughters?
Yes.
And so what does that mean about planning? Thinking maybe we won't make a vacation or maybe we won't buy something? What is it?
No, just planning is nothing. The main thing is how to get out of this situation by finding another job.
Does that make you mad? You might have to find another job. Do you like this job?
Yeah, I love this job.
One of many jobs now at risk because of a U.S.-Canada relationship Trump just shifted into reverse. John King, CNN. Sorry, British Columbia.
Of course, blame Trump for every single thing you have.
Whiplash in trade policy here at the White House has sent the stock market reeling for the last several days. President Trump adjusting course on the Canada and Mexico tariffs specifically, offering on Thursday yet another month-long reprieve, a day after he offered automakers a similar reprieve. Now, there is no question the financial markets have been wondering what exactly this White House is up to as the stocks have fallen, the dollar has weakened, and there's been an inconsistent pattern across many of these decisions. But the president on Thursday insisting the market had nothing to do with it.
No, nothing to do with the market. I'm not even looking at the market because long term, the United States will be very strong with what's happening here.
Of course, that is very much an open question. The president has long used the stock market and the financial markets as a whole as a metric for how he guides his success. He certainly did so during the first term in office, and he has throughout the course of much of his life. But there is no doubt the president is also still in favor of imposing some type of tariffs. He believes, and he said again Thursday at the White House, the United States is being ripped off, in his words, by some of these countries. He's also insisting that reciprocal tariffs will go into effect on April 2nd. And that would really cover the gamut of goods from autos to alcohol to so many other things, and not just Canada and Mexico. It's all reciprocal tariffs any country the United States does business with. So the bottom line to all of this, the questions here now is the president has delivered a series of threats over tariffs, but taken many of them back. Is he serious about the next round? Of course, we'll have to wait and see on that as the markets still wonder what this White House is up to. Jeff Zeleny, CNN, the White House.
Trump is disrupting every single market around the world. Everybody's going bonkers. Like, what is he doing exactly? This is what I voted for. Shake every single thing up and rebuild.
There were major concerns about tariffs, whether lawmakers said it openly or just talked about him using it just as a threat or a form of negotiation. Now we see it being more openly, them being more openly criticizing the president. And it's because, one, I would say his polling is not looking great, but also some of these tariffs are impacting lawmakers' constituents already, and they have to receive the phone calls from their constituents.
Yeah, and just staying on the issue of the economy, in about 3.5 hours, a little less than 3.5 hours, we get the latest jobs numbers. It's the first one under his presidency. Now, Kadia, it might be too early to see the impact from the DOGE cuts in this report. But how does Trump play this today? I mean, if you come out and you celebrate these strong numbers today, you might be forced to own them next month if they're lower because of DOGE or concerns about tariffs, and they start to show up in the data. So how does he play this later today?
Yeah, this was very, it's interesting how this will play out. I'm not really clear. I had the same question during the joint address the other day. When you come to Washington, D.C., and you talk to members of Congress who have constituents and who, excuse me, and who talk about and you talk about all the layoffs that you have, especially for members representing Virginia and Maryland. How does that look on television when they're cheering? It's not a great situation. And I would imagine the markets are even going to dictate some of the decisions coming out of the White House.
Yes, it sure would. But you need to drink some water, I'll tell you that much.
I actually don't think he's looking for the long term. I think tariffs need to be used in a really, really surgical way to create space for industry to happen in the U.S., but that requires an industrial strategy. We haven't seen any coherent industrial strategy from this administration yet. Now, you know, like him or not, Biden had an industrial strategy. It's not just about tariffs. You've got to convince business, okay, what's the competitive strategy here? How are we going to train workers? How are we going to work with allies? You have to build capacity. Is Europe going to want to be in supply chain alliances with us? Maybe not, because, you know, we're talking about slapping tariffs on Europe too. I just don't buy it over the long haul. I'm for reindustrialization, but boy, it's a tough thing to do. You have to do it carefully.
I think Biden's
industrialization strategy was to industrialize more government. I mean, a lot of jobs created government during Biden.
America brought back a chips industry
in
18 months.
And what was the announcement this week? That a chips maker from Taiwan is opening up a massive operation in Arizona. What was the auto industry announcement this week? That Honda is putting a plant in Indiana. $1.7 trillion already in announcements from this administration on investing in the U.S. economy. I agree with you.
So you know what I would say? Trump is what you call talk. He's a talk and do person. He talks and he does it. Joe Biden signed the CHIPS Act. Who invested in the United States? Okay. Joe Biden, he was like, the CHIPS Act. Trump didn't even say too much. He just called everybody in and they started giving press conferences and showing how much they're going to invest in the United States. This is what I voted for.
You said earlier, reindustrializing, juicing American manufacturing, it is a worthy goal. And that is the mission of the tariff plan. He strongly believes in tariffs. And if they're slapped on over a long period of time, we'll see if he's right.
I guess
but the governor,
it's one tool.
The governor is exactly right
I
about
guess you guys are defending a tariff strategy that's actually not being put in place.
It's not a strategy.
The tariff strategy that you're describing is Trump saying, I believe in tariffs, carte blanche, let's just put them on there. But what he's actually doing is saying tariffs one day, no tariffs the next day, tariffs one day, no tariffs the next day.
He's trying
if he really believed in what you are saying, he would just stick with his strategy, and he's not doing it.
He's trying to find the sweet spot with countries and industries. And he said today there will be no more extensions past April.
I just have to say, I'm not even seeing that happening. I mean, he didn't say, okay, we're going to take tariffs off China and Mexico for these specific things. He said, we're going to just do another month.
Yeah, it's a haphazard approach. I want to say that I think there's a lot of things at this table that people agree with. I don't want fentanyl in this country. I want it to be stopped. I don't take it lightly if one person dies from it or another person dies from it if it comes out from the country. But I also think that when you are applying and you're looking at the totality of circumstances, you can't just swing a pendulum back and forth with the American economy. I understand you all are saying it's a strategy, but what it feels like, and we talked a lot about feelings before November 5th, that the people felt like the economy wasn't good, even though the numbers said it was good. What we're saying is that people are feeling like the economy still isn't good, and the numbers are not good because the Dow is going down. Because you slap a tariff on in 1 hour and 18 hours it's later. That feels unstable. It doesn't feel like a strategy. I hear you. You all think there's something there, but I think in short order, the American people are going to say,
let me just play.
Scott Jennings, I'm going to let you get her. But first of all, I got to say, I disagree with her, but whoever did her makeup and the outfit she's wearing is actually nice. So, yeah, I'm going to let it slide.
Say people are going to lose their jobs?
I'm going to let it slide.
I didn't ever hear that before November 5th. People are going to lose their jobs. Americans, are you okay with losing your jobs? You be the judge.
Bill Clinton said it really loud in the early 90s when he said we're going to get rid of 13% of the workforce.
I was 8 years old, so I can't really say much
that's
about
a reality.
that. But I'm talking about now that I'm an adult.
Let me just play what Republicans in Congress are hearing from their districts and what they're saying about all of this.
Almost every industry in Kentucky has come to me and said it will hurt our industry and push up prices of homes, cars. And so I'm going to continue to argue against tariffs.
Should he back off of it if it starts to hurt your constituents?
When we start losing, you back off. You know, there's such a thing as a strategic retreat. At the end of the day, I think we have more leverage than any other nation, but we got to be smart, and we don't have all the leverage.
Maybe Tom Tillis is right. This was a retreat. I mean, he backed off. He absolutely backed off.
There is no question that inside the Republican Party, there is some resistance to this. I mean, that's just a fact. And there are issues, particularly on trade issues, where Trump is not an orthodox conservative. He didn't run on it. He has been very open about it. Some of the party supports him, some don't. In my home state of Kentucky, both Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul, not often aligned on issues, are both against it. You hear this from some corners of the party, but Donald Trump believes in this. And I suspect there is going to be some tariff strategy over the entire first term. And the people.
But Scott, I hear what you're saying Trump believes in, but do you think it's a good idea?
Right. Yeah, that's my question.
I trust the president to deal with Canada and Mexico.
Okay, but do you
on
think
the
it's a
issues
good
that he
idea
thinks
to
are important?
slap 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico and then take them off and then put them back on and take them
And
off?
what happens in a year? What happens in a year? I'm curious
Everybody yell at me, then I'll answer.
I'm not yelling at you. Cut it out. Don't do that to me.
Everybody
Don't
go,
do
and then I'll answer one at a
Don't
time.
do it, Scott. Don't do it.
I'm gonna let Ashley
Don't do it. As your colleague and friend that we have these debates because we actually care about this country, I am curious. Okay, if this is the strategy, but we've been saying it's only 40 days. Well, what happens when it's 40 months? Like, what happens when the strategy hasn't paid off? When is the intervention plan?
That's your prediction. Well, the interventions in American politics are elections. I mean, his whole economic strategy is not just tariffs. You've got the Congress working on the reconciliation package. You are going to try to see some cuts in federal spending, make permanent the tax cuts, changes in energy policy. In his mind, it all works together. And you know when you get a report card? At the next election.
Can I ask you, Ronna, really tomorrow could be a very big, maybe a very bad day economically. What are the markets expecting?
Downturn for sure. I mean, the jobs cuts, the sense that consumer spending is buttoning up, the sense that businesses, because of the uncertainty, are pulling back. You know, I agree with what's been said about fentanyl, but let's put things in perspective. 0.2% of fentanyl coming across Canada. Guess what does come across Canada? Lumber, energy. I spoke to a home builder that said, you know, we want to put a stop on building right now. We're going to pull back at a time when we have a housing shortage because we don't know what the lumber costs are going to be. Those are the kinds of things that business does not want to hear. And by the way, this is even if Kamala Harris were in office, this would be a very delicate moment economically. We are 6 years overdue for a recession if you discount the COVID blip, which I would because of the pandemic. This is not a time to be playing fast and loose.
Oh, dear Lord. Same BS.
Congresswoman, that TikTok trend, I don't even know where to begin. I'm not sure why this is necessary. I mean, there is like serious stuff happening in this country, but that seems to be just inviting ridicule.
So when you think about TikTok as a trend, we are trying to reach out to different people and different voters. And the woman who produced this is an influencer with 7 million followers. So this is lighthearted, it's fun. And every time you do something creative, you're going to get criticism, right? But I actually applaud them for trying to do something different. And here's the reality. 7 million followers, whether you think it's cringe or you like it, we're on CNN on a Thursday night, and we're talking about it on national TV.
But I guess my question is, to what end?
So what is it? Oh, God. I think I seen the video. Jasmine Crockett, who I really, truly think would become a star in the Democrat Party. Mark my words. She's already a star, actually, but she will become like a wild star in the Democrat Party. Jasmine Crockett was like, choose your fighter. What are you doing? Man, please.
I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. I mean, maybe you will get 7 million
I don't get
eyeballs,
it too.
but like, what is the point?
I am not accustomed to helping your party do anything.
Yep.
But let me give you some advice. This was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And if you read the comments today, Lord have mercy. Look, scrambling for new social media and communication strategies is not a replacement for fixing what's actually wrong. Your party has a 21% approval rating right now, congressional Democrats.
Well, let's talk
according to
about
the
fixing what's
Quinnipiac.
wrong.
And-
Donald
and
Trump
what-
is
and
doing
what-
nothing
and
for
what-
the American
and
people.
he has a 50% approval rating.
But he's doing
beating you
nothing
by
for the
30
American
points.
people.
And so,
Oh,
my-
okay. See. Oh, God. You can never make this up. Donald Trump is doing nothing for the American people. Scott Jennings says, but he has 51% approval rating. She says, but he's doing nothing for the American people. But he has 51% approval rating. What are you talking about? Yeah. Nothing. He has 51%, but he's doing nothing. How does that even correlate? How does that correlate, ladies and gentlemen?
The cost of
strong
living.
advice
He
would be
tells lies.
fix the policy and leave the gimmicks behind.
Yes,
That's
and
my
let's
advice.
fix policy.
Okay,
So
well, let me just
let me
I
finish
just
here.
want to let the Congresswoman
Yeah,
respond to that
absolutely.
because I think the underlying what Scott is saying is this question of the party itself has a trust issue with its own voters,
Right,
frankly.
right.
So what is being done about that?
So as we look at trust issues with the Democratic Party, there are a lot of things happening. Remember, the Democratic Party is a very large tent with diverse people. We have people saying, do something. We have some people saying, you've gone too far. We have to stay focused on what is important right now to the American people. President Trump promised to lower the cost of living. He has done none of that. And the Trump administration and Elon Musk are demonstrating one thing with all these random cuts. They don't care if you get sick. They don't care if you get injured. They don't care if you can't pay your bills. And they don't care if you're safe. All these random cuts they're making in all these departments that they don't even hardly know very well are hurting the American people. How is putting veterans out of work lowering the cost of living? How is taking away food from children lowering the cost of living? How is kicking women off of health care who get Medicaid lowering the cost?
Oh, yeah. She shushed. She definitely shushed Scott Jennings. I ain't gonna care. She shushed my boy.
If you're safe. All these random cuts they're making in all these departments that they don't even hardly know very well are hurting the American people. How is putting veterans out of work lowering the cost of living? How is taking away food from children lowering the cost of living? How is kicking women off of health care who get Medicaid lowering the cost of living? So I know that these things are distractions that we're talking about, but why won't Donald Trump deliver on his promises? Because he lies. That's why. They're doing nothing to support the American people.
Why would or should the American people trust Democrats to lower the cost of living after the last 4 years?
We have created more jobs.
No, cost of living. You brought it up. You said Trump's not delivering. I just want to know why we should trust Democrats who skyrocketed inflation. Why would I trust you?
I don't think it's
why would I
about.
trust you?
I don't think it's about. You
No,
want
let
one.
her answer.
Yeah.
So now fix it. You said you were going to fix it.
Wait,
now,
we're doing it for 40 days.
Okay, right.
But you try to take a victory lap for the CHIPS and Science Act, for all these investments coming into the United States. So you're going to take credit or not. Donald Trump is a president. He promised a lower cost of living. He is cutting jobs across the board from civil servants who have to support their families.
You believe in government jobs. You want more government jobs.
No, actually, I want jobs that actually help people. Do you know what civil servants do? They keep our air clean. They keep our water clean. They keep our food safe. Don't interrupt me.
They take taxpayer money to
You know
fund
what?
the whole thing.
They also pay taxes.
Yes.
Wait, you're saying they take
It takes taxpayer money to fund it.
It
does. But they're employed by
This
the
is the
government.
Democratic plan.
They are
More
employed.
government
They are
jobs.
jobs for the American people, and they're not getting rich off of it.
Let's not forget, yes, Donald Trump and the Republicans won.
Yeah.
But the Democrats severely lost. And you're digging your hole
But
deeper,
you're saying
especially in a
severely?
week. Especially in a week after the debacle of what happened during the president's speech, the embarrassment. I don't know who's.
I gotta say, this is so genius of Trump and the Republican Party and whoever is strategizing all of this movie right here. It's like, I have come to the conclusion that no matter what Trump does, he's actually doing good, actually. However, no matter what he does at this point, he's built his reputation to the level whereby you believe he's going to take you to the promised land. He's built his brand by sticking to his words. He's made mistakes for sure, but for the most part, he's proven that he can be trusted, that he can actually deliver on the job that he says he will do. So the Democrat, they are in a very, very tough spot because it's so hard for them, no matter how they play it out. It's like you could never turn the people away from Trump. They're trying to use Elon Musk, to turn the people away from Trump. But it's hard. It's like this man has been shot at. He has been indicted. He's a convicted felon. It's like they've done everything. So it's hard. It's absolutely very hard to stop him. They are in a very hard spot right now. I don't know how they're going to get out of this ditch. Trump is like their nemesis. It's like, it's crazy.
Creating this strategy, but believe me, No one is getting on board. The Democrats have lost. I would argue the Democrats are far more exclusionary. If you don't agree with them, you're canceled. If you say something inappropriate, you're out. And there's never a coming back in. The Democrats have told the American people, you agree with us,
Well,
we
given them
don't
are in
want
for
you.
their money these days.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. President. How are you? Very good. Wow, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Any questions?
Yes, sir. So on Russia, have you made a final decision about what sanctions or tariffs you might impose on Russia and when that might be?
We're looking at a lot of things. We have big meetings coming up, as you know, in Saudi Arabia. That's going to include Russia. It'll be Ukraine. We'll see if we can get something done. I'd like to get something done. A lot of people died this week, as you know, in Ukraine. Not only Ukrainians, but Russians. So I think everybody wants to see it get done. We're going to make a lot of progress, I believe, this week.
Is President Putin disrespecting you by attacking Ukraine when you're trying to make peace there? Is President Putin disrespecting you by attacking Ukraine when you're trying to make peace there?
What did he do?
Well, he's attacking Ukraine.
Is he disrespecting me?
Yeah.
Who are you with?
I'm Michael Burnbaum from Washington Post.
You've lost a lot of credibility. Go ahead. What else?
Mr. President, question on Robert. Go ahead.
You lost a lot of credibility.
Oh, I think the tariffs are going to be the greatest thing we've ever done as a country. It's going to make our country rich again. We have many companies, as you know, auto companies are opening up plants now. We've had 4 or 5 announced already, but many more are coming. And we're basically going to take back the money, a lot of the money that we've given away over many decades. We've lost our jobs, we've lost our factories. We've lost 90,000 factories since the beginning of NAFTA. It's not that long ago. 90,000 factories, think of that. And we're going to get them back, and they're coming back, and they're coming back in records. Look at what happened with the big chip company, the biggest in the world, by far the most powerful chip company in the world, from Taiwan, and they're going in with $200 billion of money, and they're going to build something that's going to give us 35-40% of the chip market in one company. No, it's going to bring it back, and I think it's going to make us bring us to a level that we've never had before.
Is there going to be a government shutdown this week? Many of your supporters are concerned about your supporters are attacking SCOTUS Justice Amy Coney Barrett. You put her on the bench. They're saying she's a DEI hire. Do you regret putting her on the bench?
Look, she's a very good woman. She's very smart. And I don't know about people attacking her. I really don't know. I think she's a very good woman and she's very smart.
Is there going to be a government shutdown at the end of this week?
Could happen. I mean, the Democrats want that. They want to destroy the country. So I can't tell you, but it could happen. It shouldn't have happened, and it probably won't. I think the CR is going to get passed. We'll see, but it could happen. You never know. The Democrats are out of control. You saw that the other night during the speech when they wouldn't stand up for two.
They keep talking about government shutdown, and they never shut down the government. They never. It's always like, tonight, this midnight, we're going to shut down the government. There's never going to be a shutdown. Anyway, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and join the memberships. It is $4.99. Support the channel. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Anyway, we are currently listening to the OG, the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. He's on Air Force One here, and this was actually today, well, yesterday, because I am in Georgia, Eastern Time. It is 12:42 now a.m., so it's a new day. But yeah, let's keep going.
Two of the young ladies were killed by illegal aliens, one with the cancer, the young man with the cancer, and all you want to do is stand up and applaud the man and the boy, the young boy. And nobody's ever seen anything like that. They're out of control. They've lost their minds.
Mr. President, are you alarmed by escalatory rhetoric from the Chinese response to your tariffs? And are you planning to meet with Xi Jinping about trade anytime soon?
No, they took that rhetoric back, as you know. They were very tough, and I said, whoa, what's that all about? And that rhetoric was taken back. You know that, right?
My question to you is...
But if you know that, why would you ask that question?
Are you planning to meet with Xi Jinping anytime soon?
Yeah, at some point I will. I have a very good relationship with President Xi. Very good. And
think about the fact that Trump literally says, you know what? The press, let's go. I'm going to Mar-a-Lago. I'm going to wherever he's going. I'm going back to the White House. I'm going to wherever, Virginia, wherever. He says, hop in, let's go. And they literally fly with Trump. Isn't that like wild? And he just says, you know what? Hit me. What do you have for me? Ask me questions. I will answer all your questions. No scripts, no teleprompters, no nothing. Bunch of hyenas just asking him questions. They ready to hit him alive. They're ready to eat him alive. And he answers their questions. He's 79 this year, ladies and gentlemen. Working nonstop. Incredible. Is an inspiration. A lot of people will say, well, how is he an inspiration? Is it this, is it that? He is about to be 79 years old. He's been successful virtually all his life. He's failed. He's filed for bankruptcy so many times. Yet, he is the 47th president of the United States. Legendary.
At some point, I'll be meeting with him.
Sir, do you think there's going to be a deal on TikTok soon?
There could be. We're dealing with 4 different groups, and a lot of people want it, and it's up to me. So there could be.
Who are you leaning towards?
All 4 are good.
Elon said there's no feud between your cabinet members and Elon Musk. You
Yeah.
even had dinner with him last night, Secretary Rubio. However, tensions are high between your cabinet and Mr. Musk. How are you going to simmer down tensions? Does Mr. Musk need to back off?
Well, I don't think the tensions are high. Look, Elon's a very special person, and these cabinet people are special people. You know, these are very successful people, or they wouldn't have gotten, you know, they've attained the highest heights of government. And I think they have a fantastic relationship to Elon. And Doge has been incredible. You know, hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud and abuse has been already found. And that doesn't mean they don't have a little bit of an argument here and there about something, or maybe personnel arguments. There's not too many contract arguments. You know, contracts have been found. This is much more than just personnel. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraudulent contracts, or very wasteful, but I think fraud. I think it's fraud.
There was just another plane crash.
And I think really the cabinet, for the most part, I think they get along really well with Elon.
There was just another plane crash in Pennsylvania today. Secretary Duffy's big concern is his department is being gutted. He's been, dealing with these crashes ever since he was sworn in. Does he have a legitimate concern?
Well, that has nothing to do with the department. That was a small plane. And that would have happened whether you had a big department or a small department, as you understand. It's just they have space like this. You know, they have times when things happen a little bit more often than normal, and then it goes back and you go many years without having a problem. I'll tell you, I think the Southwest pilot did a fantastic job last week when he lifted that plane off the air, because if he put the brakes on, that wouldn't have been good. And I think the license should be maybe revoked for the plane that got in a way from the pilot, revoked for the plane that got in its way. But the way he immediately stepped in the gas and lifted up, as opposed to, thinking for about 3 seconds when it would have been too late. The Southwest pilots they did a great job.
Russia, China, and Iran are doing military exercises together. Does that concern you?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Why not?
Because we're stronger than all of them. We have more power than all of them. I rebuilt the military. Unfortunately, Biden did nothing with it, but I rebuilt the military. But we don't want to even talk about that. I think if you look at what's happening, and if you see what we've done, and if you see where we've come, and let's see what happens with the whole Russia-Ukraine thing. I think you're going to have eventually, and maybe not in the distant future, you're going to have some pretty good results coming out of Saudi Arabia this week.
Are you going to resume aid to Ukraine if they sign the minerals deal?
Well, I think they will sign the minerals deal, but I want them to want peace. Right
How do
now,
they show that? How do they show they want peace?
Well, right now they haven't shown it to the extent that they should. I think right now they haven't, but I think they will be, and I think it's going to become evident over the next 2 or 3 days. I think eventually, look, we have to have peace. And I'm doing this. Money is one thing. We're going to lose. We spent $350 billion on this, but the big thing, human life. Thousands of people this week Thousands of young soldiers died this week. Hundreds of people died in cities in Ukraine. And we got to get it stopped. It would have never happened if I was president, and it didn't happen. This was not going to happen. By the way, October 7th wouldn't have happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. The Afghanistan, the way they, not that they left, but the way that they left, it looks so bad. Probably the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. That wouldn't have happened. A lot of things wouldn't have happened, but it is what it is. I think we're going to have a good time. I think we're going to have a good result in Saudi Arabia, meaning they're hosting the various talks. And we have a lot of good people going out there, and I think Ukraine's going to do well, and I think Russia's going to do well. I think some very big things could happen this week. I hope so. So 2,000 people, at least 2,000 young soldiers have died this week. And this is almost on a constant basis, a couple of thousand soldiers a week. It's a killing field, and we got to stop it. And if I can stop it, I'll be very happy.
Would you consider lifting the intel pause on Ukraine? What does Ukraine have
Well,
to
we
do?
just about have. I mean, we really just about have. And we want to do anything we can to get Ukraine to be serious about getting something done. You know, I say they don't have the cards. Nobody really has the cards. Russia doesn't have the cards. They don't have. What you have to do is you have to make a deal. And you have to stop the killing. It's a senseless war. And we're going to get it stopped.
You hesitated with Maria Bartiromo.
Where are we? Are we just about? We're just about ready to land.
Are you worried about a recession? Maria Bartiromo asked you, and you kind of hesitated.
I'll tell you what, of course you hesitate. Who knows? All I know is this. We're going to take in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, and we're going to become so rich, you're not going to know where to spend all that money. I'm telling you, you just watch. We're going to have jobs. We're going to have open factories. It's going to be great, and the plane is landing. And thank you for a lot of good questions, okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
This is the most transparent president the United States has ever had. You can disagree with him. You can hate him or whatever feelings you have for him. You cannot deny the fact that he is very transparent. He likes to talk about his plans, and even when the plans are not going as planned, he still comes out and talk about it. Transparency. You got to commend him for that. Like, you have to.
I actually don't think he's looking for the.
What's in that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, what do we have here? There's this campaign that I saw here. I think it's by Senator Bernie Sanders. They're talking about eat the rich. That I do not support, but listen to this.
That you would be all right because you had a pension and health care that you earned.
First of all, before we listen to this, I want you guys to put in the comment section, right? What do you think about Trump? What is Trump approval rating to you guys now? From scale 1 to 10, 1 being bad, 10 being great. What do you think? Matter of fact, let's put up a poll. Let's put up a poll right here. 1 to 10, how is he doing right now? Anyway, eat the rich, ladies and gentlemen. Bunch of BS from the Democrat Party as usual.
And those workers in Warren, just like at a lot of our other plants, have generated billions of dollars in profits for this company for decades. But to a greedy corporation, it's not enough. A few months ago, thousands of those workers were served with an indefinite layoff notice. That's right. While Stellantis was laying these workers off, the company was planning on moving good blue-collar jobs to Mexico where they can exploit workers for $3 an hour to make Ram trucks. And then they can ship those trucks back here, right across the border, to America, and they can sell it for the same price. You know, they'll sell them from anywhere from $70,000 to over $100,000 each. You know, when they abuse that cheap labor in Mexico, they sure as hell don't lower the price. And before I go into this further, I want to say this. People in Mexico aren't our enemy. They're our family. They're human beings who are being exploited the same damn way my grandparents' generation was exploited by these corporate people and these rich people.
What I don't understand is, to the Democrat, especially people like Senator Bernie Sanders, who is actually the person holding his first fight, well, it's not his first, holding his fight oligarchy tour in Warren, Michigan. And this man is speaking in that arena right now. But if you think about it, it's like, why do they always make it like the rich people are the problem? They would say, the rich, like, who employs the poor? The rich. Who employs the normal, everyday American just trying to make a living, trying to survive? People like me and everybody else. The rich, okay? Eat the rich. Good luck.
And while they sell these trucks that they make down there and they bring them back here and they sell them for $100,000, they don't pass that savings on the consumer. They don't pass that. They don't give the workers more. The people at Wall Street and all these executives rake in the difference. You know, so while thousands of UAW families are wondering what the hell they're going to do next, all for a company, think about this, all for a company that was bailed out by the American taxpayers 15 years ago. And it wasn't just the taxpayers, it was the workers in the union that made the sacrifice to keep these companies afloat. And sadly, this isn't a new story. It's the same old playbook. For over 30 years, we've seen this playbook over and over. Corporations cut good jobs and destroy communities because of our unfair trade policies. Unchecked corporate power and an unfettered corporate greed that has slithered its way into the center of our politics. You know, all over America and right here in Michigan, so many of our communities have lived this reality. We've lived the layoffs, the plant closures, the shuttered houses on the block, the neighborhood schools shutting down, the hollowed out towns that are left behind with empty buildings. What's up, Clint? That's right. And the next generation of families, for the first time in our history, are going to be left off worse than we were. So I have a simple question for you. Don't we deserve better? Don't working class people deserve dignity? Don't we deserve to be treated like human beings? You know, we're fed up with a system where billionaires get everything and the working class gets left behind. And I'm here to tell you, no one's going to come in and wave a wand and fix this. The only way we're going to end this system is if we're willing to fight like hell to change it.
But I don't get it. You just had a Democrat president 4 years ago. For 4 years now, okay? Trump is just the new guy. He's been here for 40 days, okay? So, like, we're going to fight like hell. What do you mean? What do you mean? Let me know. You had Joe Biden. Y'all didn't fight like hell.
And I'll be real. For our union, for a lot of people, the election didn't turn out how we wanted it to. But you know what? We woke up the next day, I woke up the next day still damn proud to represent 1 million badass members of the UAW and a militant working class that wants better. Something else that didn't change. Workers are still up against the same billionaires. You know, and we woke up still fighting for the same, what we call in the UAW, our 4 core issues. You know, and I don't care. I don't care party affiliation. I don't care who somebody's favorite politician is. I don't care what color hat somebody wears or what color the collar on their shirt is. No matter the party, our mission doesn't change. Our 4 core issues at the UAW are simple. A living wage. Not a bare minimum, an actual wage you can make a living off of. You know, decent health care. A dignified retirement, you know, when people are too old to work and too young to die. And the 4th thing is some semblance of a life off the job, be actually having a life. That's right. You know, and that's the thing, these 4 core issues, I mean, they're issues that matter not just to our members, to everybody in the working class. And those 4 core issues are what's under attack right now by corporate America and the billionaire class. And I got to tell you this, I'm going to be honest, you know, it's the same corporate America we've seen under Democrats as we've seen under Republicans. You know, we talk about a living wage, just think about that, because for decades we've seen wages fall. And one big way they do it is by exactly what they're doing at Warren Truck right now. They find another group of poor workers that they can exploit, and they kill good jobs and they replace them with bad jobs. Either they go to a poorer state or a poorer country, they treat the workers like garbage, and they threaten them. They threaten them with plant closures and more outsourcing if they won't accept the bare minimum and if they dare speak up for something better. You know, right now we're in the fight of our lives to end the anti-worker trade system that began with NAFTA and has continued on with the USMCA. It's time to stop the global race to the bottom. And it's time to put a price on corporate America's playbook of killing good jobs in America to exploit low-wage workers in Mexico and elsewhere while the rich continue to pocket all the profits. That's right. Our broken trade system screws the American worker. It screws the American consumer. It screws the American taxpayer. And it screws the Mexican worker and everybody else also. You know, and that's the way they've done it. The rich have divided and conquered across borders. And if we want to continue fighting, if we want a living wage for blue-collar Americans, we have to end this system today. You know, our second core issue, we talked about health care. You know, right now we're looking at massive attacks on Medicaid and Medicare. And the billionaires, yeah, the billionaires like Elon Musk, who's pulling the strings. That's right. That's right. That's right. But you know, people like Elon Musk, they're drooling all over cutting these programs. That's right. Oh, we need help back there. We need a medic back here. Can we get help back there?
We need a medic in the back corner of the gym.
Just want to make good. Okay. Okay. And that's what we do. We stand up for each other. You know, but talking about these billionaires that pull the strings and are drooling all over, cutting all these programs that benefit people. You know, when they do these things, they don't see a grandparent. They don't see a single parent just trying to get by. They don't care about a retiree or a veteran or a person with a disability trying to live with some dignity. That's right. They see dollar signs, and sooner or later, when they continue to see dollar signs, they're going to see picket signs. Because the only thing that's won decent health care for the working class in this country has been the labor movement and people willing to fight for it. You know, right now in Tennessee, we're fighting for health care at Volkswagen for 4,000 workers there. That's the biggest automaker in the world. And last year, you know, those workers made history by being the first plant in the South to join the UAW. And we got a team down there, they've been bargaining like hell, and I can tell you they're ready to fight like hell for a dignified contract that has health care. You know, and talking about that third core issue of dignified retirement, Elon Musk calls Social Security a Ponzi scheme. You know, think of that, a Ponzi scheme. You know, when you pay into a system until the con man runs away with everybody's money. And I think we all know who the con man is. You know, it's not our grandparents, it's not a public school teacher, it's Elon Musk and the billionaire class. And you want to talk about a Ponzi scheme? I'll tell you about the Ponzi scheme. The only Ponzi scheme we've seen in this country in the last 40 years is the rich getting richer while the working class and everybody else gets left behind. And you think about the fourth thing we talked about, getting your time back, getting your life back. I heard a brother right down here a minute ago talk about working more than one job. How many of you in this room had to work 7 days a week or 2 or 3 jobs just to survive? How many of you missed doctor's appointments or a family cookout or a kid's birthday because you knew if you missed work, everything may fall apart? And how many of you are just too damn tired by the time you get home to spend any real time with your family, your friends, or anything else you want to do? You see, to the billionaire class and the corporate class, we're just machines. We're there to make them money, and if they have their way, they'll work us and all until we die. And we deserve a hell of a lot better than that. We all know that. So what's stopping us from winning on these issues? You know, we know these are all popular issues. We know everybody in this country wants these things. We know we have the numbers. And we know we have what we need to do. And the truth is, you know, the billionaires and the greedy corporations, they're doing what they've done for decades. And they've done it because they do one thing. They keep us divided. They want to pit working class people against one another. They want to divide us by race. They want to divide us by gender, by nationality, whatever the hell they can find to do it, that's what they do. We got to stop it. And ultimately, they want us to think there isn't enough for all of us, while they walk away with more power and more money. Billionaires don't have a right to exist. You know, I said it when we were on the picket line. The threat we face in this country, it's not some foreign adversary, it's not some immigrant crossing a border trying to find a better life. The threat is right here at home. It's corporate greed that's destroying this country. It's corporate greed that's wreaked havoc on our communities and destroyed us. And right now, the billionaire class is on the attack, bigger than they've ever been. And you know, the new administration is allowing Elon Musk, the richest man on earth, to orchestrate mass firings and continue to rip our federal government apart. You know, they're gutting crucial programs. They're laying the groundwork to destroy Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and a hell of a lot more. But you know, there's one thing I know. The good thing for us is this. The answer is right here. The answer is right here in this room. And you know, I know it's Saturday, but I'm going to get a little bit Sunday on you for a minute, you know, and I got to tell you something. You know, I hear people, and I hear a party in particular, talk about religion, and they try to claim to be the party of religion, everything else. You know, one thing I know about religion is this. You know, the Bible I've read talks about what's the most powerful, or what's the most important commandment when Jesus was tested. And I got to tell you, you know, what it was, you know it. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your mind, all your soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. Love your fellow human being. It doesn't say what color they are. It doesn't say what sex they are. It doesn't say how they identify. It doesn't say where the hell they come from. It says love your fellow human being. And you know, in our sit-down strike for the big three, you know, I talked about this, and I spoke about this the night before we went on strike. You know, Matthew 17, 20, 21. For truly I tell you, if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, you will say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move, and nothing will be impossible for you. These billionaires and these corporations that are hell-bent on breaking and dividing us, they seem like mountains, you know, and some days it feels like it's impossible to move it. But here's the thing. When workers stand in solidarity with one another and stand up to the boss, when we look after each other, when we care for each other, when we guarantee that everybody has an equal shot at a good life, when people have the courage to tell politicians to pick a side, when we fight oligarchy, those are the mustard seeds. And I definitely have faith. I have faith that when working people stand together and fight for what we deserve, we can move mountains. And I tell you, I look forward to continuing our fight and fighting like hell side by side with everybody in this room. That's how we're going to do it. We're going to do it together as a united working class. And I got to tell you, somebody I want to bring up now, there is no greater champion in the world for the working class, a hero for the working class, a uniter than our friend Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. Yeah, thank you.
We are seeing some strong reactions to President Trump's joint address to Congress last night, including some of his attacks on his predecessor, Joe Biden, for leaving him in a, quote, economic catastrophe and inflation nightmare. Also, notably saying that Biden let the price of eggs get out of control. We watched last night's speech with a group of Pennsylvania voters in an important swing county. Here's how they reacted.
What did we think about Trump blaming Biden for the high cost of eggs? Did we like it? Raise your hands.
Oh, I don't.
Nobody liked it. Nobody thought him.
I don't know much about it. I mean, I don't really have enough.
They killed 100 million
Marianne?
chickens. So in 2024.
That was part of the response to avian flu.
But exactly. But that also is a reason why the prices went up.
Right.
You know, it's not that Trump did anything about that. And I mean, it was the bird flu. They had to cull the chickens. Right. That's why the prices raised up. It wasn't Trump's fault. It wasn't because Biden had some crazy policy against, eggs and chickens.
Let's discuss this and more with pollster and communications strategist Frank Luntz. Frank, thank you so much for being with us. I hope you appreciate that I was trying to do my best Frank Luntz imitation there. I heard from folks who were enthralled with Trump's speech, but they didn't love that egg line. So I wonder who you think that line resonates with. Why was that in the speech?
It was in the speech because it was what I call a killer line. It's something that differentiates Trump from other presidential speeches, from other key moments in politics and in governing. I just want to emphasize that was the longest speech ever. It's not quite a State of the Union, but it's similar to it, and no one's ever gone longer than him. That was the most political speech ever. He referred to his predecessor by name more than any other individual who's held one of these speeches. Third, it was the most partisan ever. Whether you had Democrats sitting on their hands or Republicans knew exactly who was who based on the view on television and based on being in the chamber. And fourth, it was the most disruptions by the minority party ever. Whether you're holding up those placards, whether you're yelling at him as the congressman did and being unwilling to keep quiet when he was called on it. If you're a Republican, that was arguably, and I've been doing this now for decades, if you're a Republican, that was manna from heaven. That was exactly what you wanted to hear, and you're shocked that he was saying it so bluntly. If you're a Democrat, it was sheer hell, because it tells you that this is going to continue. And if you're an independent, you agree with the policies, but you don't agree with the tone.
I do wonder what you made of some of the more theatrical moments, the designation of that cancer survivor as a Secret Service agent, the other young man that Trump revealed to him he had been accepted into the military academy, as well as that mom from Texas who had a wildlife refuge named after her daughter who was killed by undocumented migrants. A lot more theater than actual substantive policy, it seemed. Does that make a difference with voters?
Well, that theater, which is a correct observation, has been going on since Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, when he cited the government worker who jumped into Potomac to save a life. And presidents have been doing it ever since then. I actually thought that there was more details, that there was more focus on exactly what Donald Trump is going to do. And he made it clear. What you've seen in the last 6 weeks is not just the beginning, that it is going to happen again and again and again. Which is why I've said on your program and others that this is the most consequential president since FDR and the most likely to drive a difference in where we are now versus where we are in the past, truly since Andrew Jackson. And why that's important is because not only is Trump moving forward, he's putting his foot on the gas and accelerating. And while that is awesome for the people who voted for him, the 50% who voted for him, for those who did not, I know how frightened they are. I hear it. And it's a fear that's tinged with frustration because they hear nothing from the Democratic Party that gives them any pause. I want to emphasize those paddles holding up in silence about cutting Social Security, cutting Medicaid, calling Trump a liar, attacking Elon Musk. That is not governing. That is performance art. I was angry at Republicans when they interrupted Joe Biden's speech over the last 4 years, and I'm angry at Democrats for doing exactly the same thing. Please show some decorum, show some civility on both sides. The Democrats will blame Trump, the Republicans will blame the Democrats. Both of them, for the sake of the country, need to lower that decibel level, lower the heat, and work to get what they want done, because elections do have consequences, but do it in a way that makes us proud, not which makes us ridiculed across the globe.
Frank Luntz, we have to leave the conversation there. Always appreciate you sharing your.
Exactly. Shout out to Frank. But everybody got to be grown. We got to come together in unity. Like, come together and realize that we have this guy who a lot of people agree with, support. Can we just come together as one for this next 4 years? I guess not. I guess not.
Hello, America. I'm Mark
All
Levin.
right. Shout out to the OG, Mark Levin.
This is Life, Liberty, and Levin Saturday. Thank you for being here. Two great guests, General Jack Keane and Leo Terrell. But before we get to them, Ivy League schools, once again, the Hitler Youth are on the march. The Marxist Islamists. It's not by accident. It's well organized. Many of the individuals who are involved are foreign individuals. Obviously, some are born in the United States as well. And this is taking place not by accident, but by organization. It's being funded, and it's being supported by the hard left and foreign governments and organizations in our country that are organizations that are related to terrorist organizations and terrorist states. And so we're going to do some more focusing on this, because if I don't, who the hell will? So, first of all, let's take a little look at what just took place at Barnard College in New York. Go.
No peace! No justice! No peace!
Here they are. They've taken over an area in the school. You can see almost all of them have covered their faces.
There's an active bomb threat. You must clear the courtyard.
They are preventing students, especially Jewish students, from attending class. You can see they're getting physical, they're getting violent. Looks like the Middle East, doesn't it, America? All right, that's enough. Now, these are American universities. That's not the American culture you're seeing. Oh, it's free speech. We know what free speech is. Freedom of association, we know what that is too. Intimidating people, blocking people, physically touching people, that's not free speech. It never has been. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's many things that can be done, and this administration is focusing on all of them. Deporting foreign college students in the U.S. who are here on a visa after they are found to openly advocated for Hamas or another U.S. designated terror group, or after they participated in an unauthorized campus protest and were suspended, expelled, or jailed. Out. That's up to DHS working with DOJ. Pursue federal prosecutions of demonstrators who block synagogue entrances or disrupt Jewish speakers at events. Charge protest leaders and nonprofits that aid in fundraising for protest groups with failing to register with the United States Department of Justice as an agent of a foreign principal, FARA. You've heard of that law before. Open investigations into protest leaders who are in direct contact with U.S. designated terror groups or front groups while advocating on their behalf. Those are just a handful of things that can be done. What else? As our friends at Heritage pointed out several years ago, Federal Anti-Riot Act, 18 U.S.C. Section 2101, allows the federal government to go after anyone who travels in interstate, I quote, or foreign commerce, or who uses any facility of interstate or foreign commerce, including but not limited to the mail, telegraph, telephone, radio, television, to incite a riot or to organize, promote, or encourage participation in or carry on a riot, or to commit any act of violence in furtherance of a riot. So anyone who travels from outside the state or uses his phone or his computer with the specific intent to instigate and participate in riots is violating federal law. It also applies to those who aid or abet anyone else to carry out such acts. Someone found guilty can be fined, imprisoned for up to 5 years, or both for each violation. 18 U.S.C. Section 241 prohibits conspiracies to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in the exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States. It also prohibits individuals from going in disguise on the highway or on the premises of another with intent to prevent or hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege so secured, like wearing masks. Violating this statute is punishable by up to 10 years in federal prison. By the way, where's Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York? Does she show up at these events? Does she warn these thugs, these anti-Semites, these Jew haters? Where is she? Busy chasing Donald Trump? She's a fraud and a phony. Fox Business. Billions of American taxpayer dollars have helped fund many of the colleges and universities where anti-Israel agitators recently have occupied campuses. A stunning sum that has led numerous politicians to call for an end to federal cash for schools that allow the encampments to persist. And Donald Trump has said this. We got to cut off federal funds. And the new Secretary of Education, it seems to me, will need to work with the DOJ and do exactly that. More than $5 billion worth of taxpayer funds were given to Ivy League schools through sponsorships, grants, and contracts during fiscal 2023 alone. Another $2.1 billion also made its way to other prominent schools that have had anti-Israel rallies of late. The Ivy League schools, Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Columbia, University of Pennsylvania, Brown, Dartmouth, Cornell, have been the scenes of some of the most high-profile anti-Israel unrest last year. But more of it's going on now. In 2023, Harvard received approximately $676 million from you. Princeton received $403 million. Why are they receiving this anyway? They have these massive funds where people donate. They go untaxed. They have massive endowments worth billions and billions of dollars, particularly the Ivy League schools. Why are we giving them any money? Yale received approximately $776.8 million. Columbia, which is really 0.0, received approximately $1.2 billion. Penn received approximately $955.6 million. Brown received $173.7 million. Dartmouth received $133 million. Cornell received another $736.3 million. These 8 Ivy League schools, as well as Northwestern University and Stanford University, received $33 billion worth of federal contracts and grants since 2018, averaging $6.6 billion annually, an Open the Book study found the other year. The same 10 schools also reaped another $12 billion in special tax treatment benefits on the growth of their massive endowment gains, according to the report, which was released in November. Why aren't those endowments taxed? In fact, why don't they use their endowments? What are they collecting them for? In addition to the Ivy League schools, several other colleges have garnered attention for anti-Israel unrest. It's Jewish hate unrest. It's anti-Semitism. These are Islamists and Marxists. Islamists and Marxists, including UC Berkeley, New York University, UT Austin, George Washington University, also received millions of federal funding As they looked at fiscal year 2023, UC Berkeley received more than $451 million. NYU received more than $805 million. UT Austin received roughly $645 million. And GWU received more than $200 million. Wow. What if the federal judges out there in the U.S. Supreme Court think this is okay? Maybe they'll withhold the funding. So stupid. Network Contagion Research Institute, a neutral organization. We explored links between different funding sources. I can't read the whole report. I want to read the relevant parts. And the deterioration of free speech and academic freedom and the presence of anti-Semitism. 349 colleges and universities received a combined total of almost $18 billion from foreign sources between 2014 and 2019, over 5 years. They also found that higher levels of deplatforming and speech punishment occurred on campuses that received funding from member states of the International Organization of Islamic Cooperation and from other authoritarian regimes. Foreign funding, they said, especially when provided either by member countries of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation or by authoritarian countries, was associated with elevated levels of campus anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism incidents. Anti-Semitism incidents on campuses are associated with the forecast local anti-Semitic incidents across the country. You can read it yourself. It's publicly available. There's other great reports out there, studies done by the Heritage Foundation, by the George Washington University Project on Extremism. They're all out there for the whole world to read. But you know the major funder of these efforts? There's Iran, there's Communist China, there's Saudi Arabia. You know what the major one is? Qatar. Gee, I thought Qatar was our friend. People at high levels have relationships with Qatar. They've praised Qatar. Qatar, the country that up till a few months ago was funding Hamas to the tune of $1.8 billion over the years. The country that gave safe haven to the billionaire leaders of Hamas, some 5 of them, and protected them up to a few months ago. Qatar. Mosaic writes, autocratic Middle Eastern regimes, organizations, foundations, and affiliated private corporations have funneled billions of dollars of unreported funding to American universities in order to demonize Israel on campus. And I might add, demonize the United States, with the bulk of all Middle Eastern donations emanating from Qatar donors, 75%, and the Qatar Foundation, accounting for virtually all the donations from Qatar. These funds significantly impact attitudes, anti-Semitic culture, and the activities and movement to boycott and divest from and sanction Israel, the BDS movement. Our research has found a correlation between the funding of universities by Qatar and the Gulf states and the presence of groups such as Students for Justice in Palestine, a radical pro-terrorist front group, in a campus environment that fosters an anti-Semitic atmosphere, aggression toward Jews and supporters of Israel. Qatar has long been an important source of funds for the Palestinian terror organization Hamas and has forged relationship with Islamist groups from the Muslim Brotherhood to the Taliban. This from the Free Press, Eli Lake, a couple years back. Right now, senior leaders of Hamas, the perpetrators of the worst atrocity against Jews since the Holocaust, are huddled in Qatar. They've been there for years. But American foreign policy has turned a blind eye. Why? One reason might be that for the last 25 years, this small, energy-rich state has pumped billions into America to purchase influence and good favor. The Qataris have spent their lavish fortune at American law firms on lobbying contracts with former senior officials and on junkets and partnerships with big media companies. The biggest recipients of Qatar largesse, though, have been major universities and think tanks. The numbers are staggering. According to a 2022 study from the National Association of Scholars, there's tons of reports on this. Qatar today is the largest foreign donor to American universities. Remember, this is 2 years old. The study found from the National Association that the largest recipients are some of America's most prestigious universities of higher learning. These schools have partnered with the regime to build campuses in Doha's Education City. Since 1997, Qatar has donated more than $103 million to Virginia Commonwealth University for a fine arts campus. Again, this is 2 years old. Since 2001, Qatar has donated $1.8 billion to Cornell for a medical school. Since 2003, Qatar has donated nearly $700 million to Texas A&M for an engineering campus. Since 2004, Qatar has donated $740 million to Carnegie Mellon University for a computer science campus. Since 2005, Qatar has donated $760 million to Georgetown University for a school of politics. Qatar has donated nearly $602 million since 2008 to Northwestern University for a school of journalism. And I was at Johns Hopkins Medical some time ago, and I see they built a whole wing there too. One might expect that scholarly institutions that have benefited from this autocracy's money would rethink their partnership if the Qatar's foreign minister said that Israel alone is responsible for October 7 and for the pogrom that perpetrated by Hamas terrorists, or if the Qatar's prime minister declined to close the office Hamas maintains at its capital until Donald Trump was elected. Washington Free Beacon. Qatar has given or contracted more than $5.6 billion to 61 American schools since 2007. It goes through which these schools are. A great detail. From November 2007 to October 2023, Qatar made 1,116 donations to American universities, totaling almost $6 billion, record shows. This has led to accusation that Doha is using the influence with the country's top schools to mainstream propaganda that portrays Israel in a negative light. You don't say. Newsweek. Between 1986 and 2018, Middle Eastern countries donated more than $6.6 billion. So I'm not even counting the last 7 years to U.S. universities. Reported less than $3.6 billion to the federal government. They have an obligation under federal law to report the Department of Education how much money they're getting from foreign governments, which foreign governments, and what it's being used for. Billions of dollars have not been reported. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier, we have FARA. That is, if you are taking money from a foreign government, and this is a very broad law, and if the people in your college or universities are working with a foreign government, and you are promoting them or they are promoting you, you have an obligation to report and to sign up as a foreign agent. Virtually none of these schools have done it. The bulk of Middle Eastern donations coming into the United States emanates from Qatar. Well, the Qatar Foundation accounts for virtually all the donations from Qatar. They have a significant impact on universities, especially with regard to attitudes toward Israel. And it goes on and on and on. Now, what the hell are we going to do about Qatar? Continue playing nice with them? I think we need to have a full list of all the people in the House and the Senate who have any relationships to Qatar. I think we need to have a full list of all the former Senate and House members who are now lobbyists working at various law firms who are on the take from Qatar. We need to have a full list of people in the bureaucracy, in the executive branch, a full list, so we all know who's doing what, when, where, and how. And I want to thank Donald Trump because he's doing more, he's pushing harder to stamp out anti-Semitism on our college campuses, against Jews in the streets and in synagogues, than any president in American history. And he has told every element of the federal government, you have 60 days, 60 days isn't up yet, to figure out a maximum plan to stamp out anti-Semitism, to deport people who are here who are promoting anti-Semitism, to get federal funds out of these colleges and universities that aren't doing anything about anti-Semitism, and to protect the rights of Jewish students who are going to colleges and universities. Because let me tell you something. It starts with the Jews, but it never ends there. It never ends there. And if we weren't talking about Jews, we were talking about some other ethnic or religious group, we'd be hearing a lot more from our Democrat Party friends, wouldn't we? Their silence is deafening. Isn't it, Letitia James? I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness. Too much going on, man. Too much going on. Trying to make it look like it's a movie out here. Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the membership, support the channel. And yes. Thank you for tuning in. All right, Elon Musk. Elon.
Primetime told you last night that deranged leftists are vandalizing Teslas and firebombing dealerships
what
across
is
the
this?
country. Well, we just found out another.
Why would people do this? Go vandalizing Tesla automobile stores. What are they doing? Vandalizing the cars. Why? Because he's associated to the president of the United States that was voted in by 77.3 million people. So what is this? Wow.
Another dealership in Oregon was just shot up. Watch.
Roughly 40 protesters gathered here at the Southwest Cascade Avenue Tigard Tesla dealership for a protest. They're calling it the Rally to Restore Democracy. They were protesting against President Donald Trump, Elon Musk, the Doge cuts, and also the tariffs at the border. This protest is only hours after police report that this Tesla dealership was hit by multiple gunshot rounds overnight. Investigators believe at least 7 shots were fired, damaging 3 cars and shattering windows. 1 bullet went through an office wall and into a computer monitor. This incident comes after a string of vandalism attempts for Teslas and Tesla dealerships across the nation.
Primetime's also obtained new photos of the man who firebombed the Tesla dealership in Salem, Oregon, causing $500,000 worth of damage. Surveillance photos show him walking towards the Tesla dealership in a black burqa before chucking Molotov cocktails at the building. A red Tesla burst into flames. There you go. Then the suspect hurled a rock at the dealership window and shattered it. That's when more random projectiles were thrown, damaging other cars in the area. When investigators arrived on the scene, they found more Molotovs in the parking lot. Political unrest from the radical left's brewing. After Trump got shot, the left was told to tone down the rhetoric or the violence would get worse. Some listened. They stopped calling Trump Hitler and started using names of other dictators.
I've watched this guy use television like nobody's ever done. It is Mussolini. It's about believing the leader in what he says verbatim. And that's what Trump does on television. And he's using us to do it, using the medium.
The media doesn't think he's a fascist. They say he's a revolutionary.
This country is being turned upside down, and Donald Trump is the revolutionary who's going to incite revolution if he doesn't stop this crap.
So what are Democrats going to do? Well, The View says they need to stop Trump by any means necessary, even if it means sacrificing their lives.
The Democrats are not meeting the moment. The baby boomers, the civil rights generation, they knew what they had to do. They were willing to fight and die for their rights. This generation of Congress, they
Girl, please.
are not meeting the moment. This is an existential crisis.
Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna joins us now. Congresswoman, how much attention is Washington paying this rise in violence against Musk?
I won't say that they are largely responsible. Jesse, I sit on House Oversight, and the rhetoric that we're hearing, not just when the cameras are on, but even off, I will tell you that I've heard conversations on the House floor where people have said that they know that Elon Musk hitting him, attacking him is actually good for their polling numbers. And so they're going to continue to do it. Now, as you know, Elon Musk just went on Joe Rogan the other day, has talked about how he has an increase in threat to his life. And so I would say that this scary rhetoric that we're hearing is also the same rhetoric that we heard about President Trump leading up into the 2024 election cycle. And remember, it's these crazy.
I gotta say, man, Elon, he's smart. He's done a lot, for the world, for the United States. He's a great person. He's obviously the wealthiest human being alive financially. We got to put that in there. But I don't think he was ready for this. This is another ball game entirely. Like, business and politics are two different dragons, okay? Business, okay, you got to be fierce. You got to be ruthless. But politics, man, I don't even know how to categorize it. You got to be the apex. Like, you got to be able to, man, you got to be Achilles. You got to be Achilles. If you ain't going to be Achilles, then you can't do this. And I don't know if he can handle all this heat for the next 4 years. If he plans to associate himself with Trump for the next 4 years, he's going to face it. A lot of billionaires would not want to go this route. But he decided to. But I don't know he's going to escape this whole thing.
Leftists are actually partaking in these violent attacks. And so it's very concerning. You know, attacks on politicians is up at the highest time it's ever been in the last decade.
We're hearing about Ryan Ruth, but not much. It just seems like very mysterious. Nothing on the Butler guy, nothing much on Ruth, except that he had all these phones and he came back from Ukraine radicalized. Are we expecting to hear more at some point?
You know, unless President Trump releases that report, which I am hearing he's going to, I don't think that the mainstream media will give it the coverage that it deserves. And they won't, because they know that all of these assassins or would-be assassins that tried to assassinate President Trump were radicalized leftists. That's not just a made-up talking point from Republicans. That's a fact. We know the guy that was in court today actually had postings.
I get it. Like, you know, I see you. I see you in the comment section. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. God bless you guys. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships of the channel. It is $4.99. Okay, so people are saying he's been scrutinized for the past 20 years. Elon Musk has never been this famous. Elon Musk today is the most famous he has ever been in his entire existence. And that would be because of Trump. 100%. Now, Trump has never also been this famous ever. However, Trump has been in this lifestyle basically all his life. Elon, on the other hand, has not. Okay? Thick skin, I don't know. Trump is tested. Elon, I don't know. Okay? He's smart. You know, he's doing a lot of great things. And he seems to have common sense. However, when everybody's coming at you or against you like this, I don't know if you're going to be able to stand the heat. But we're going to see.
He actually went to Ukraine. I mean, he was as radicalized as they get and literally thought that President Trump was going to be the end of Ukraine. Meanwhile, President Trump is actively working to establish peace in Ukraine and probably the only person in the world that could have done that. Yeah. And so what I will tell you is what I'm finding on our end is that unless we push back heavily on this, it's just going to continue and it's unacceptable.
What's going on with the Epstein files? A couple weeks ago, that was kind of weird. What are you hearing?
You know, I feel the same way that you do, Jesse, and I'm very frustrated, just like many Americans are. I think that those lists need to be released to the American people, and that's really up to the decision of Attorney General Pam Bondi. I can tell you that as a member of Congress, we have not really gotten much communication from the Department of Justice, but we are going to be continuing to put pressure because when the American people elected President Trump, they demanded transparency, and frankly, it's disturbing that more people aren't in jail for the crimes that were committed for trafficking people. And that's exactly what Jeffrey Epstein did. So I hope that she releases those files in entirety. And I frankly hope that she brings charges because what happened should have never been acceptable and people belong in jail.
All right, I agree. And the guy who opposed it or allegedly was.
Another thing I got to say is President Trump is a great negotiator. Everybody knows that. Okay. All his life he's been doing deals. I mean, to grow up in New York, he was born in Queens. He became a success in Manhattan, New York, building high-rise and incredible structures across the city of New York. Now, he maybe sees something in Elon that says, you know what, he could take the heat because he's allowing Elon go with him on Air Force One. They're going together, you know, even with his mom, with Maya Musk and Elon's son. They were on Air Force One and they flew in on the helicopter. What would you call that? The first helicopter? I don't know. But you get what I'm trying to say. That is going to be attracting backlash from the Democrat towards the Republicans. He knows that. But it's like, okay, he can take the heat. So if Elon can take the heat, then okay, great. He's smart. He's very, very, very smart. He's an most people say he's the greatest innovator of our lifetime, and I believe that because obviously, I mean, look at the things he's built in a very short amount of time. You got to give him that credit. But I don't know. Maybe Elon should take the backseat for a little bit, just for a little bit. Okay. Well, this whole thing started with Doge. Well, it started with Elon starting to campaign with Trump. Okay, and he started going to Pennsylvania, making sure Trump won Pennsylvania. He was part of the reason why Trump won Pennsylvania because he campaigned hard for Trump. Okay, now, but this whole 5 and 6 started when Doge was created, and he said it during the election trail when he was campaigning. He said they were going to establish the Department of Government Efficiency, and Elon is going to work with them. But we didn't know it was going to be to this level where it's like they're traveling on the same plane. They're going to Mar-a-Lago together. Everywhere you see Trump, it's almost certain that you would see Elon. However, it's like to think that people would go against that. Think about this. This is the most innovative human being that we know of. Okay, we don't know, maybe there's somebody else doing great things, but the one that everybody knows is Elon Musk, and he happens to be American. Why can't Americans just say, you know what, he's smart, let's see if he's close to the commander-in-chief, the person who happens to be the leader of the free world. Let's see what the greatest innovator with the leader of the free world can come up with. But the world that we live in is like, well, maybe it's bad. But I get it. People are like, we elected Trump, we didn't elect Elon. But it is what it is. But I believe it should be a pro. It shouldn't be a con. It should be a pro because two great minds, come on. But people are worried about national security because Elon is associated with SpaceX. He has so many companies that may clash with government and whatever policies, which, if it is going to clash, I don't support him getting intel or whatever on those things. But it's a very tricky situation. It's a very tricky situation. But I believe Elon is doing great work, especially with Doge. But Democrats have a perfect way of spinning their stories. They have a way of painting the narrative in a way where it would be so sad. It's like disgusting when you read it. Talking about President Musk. What are you talking about? Now people are burning down Tesla cars and, like dealerships. What is that? Literally robots. That's what they are. Literal robots. Anyway.
Holding those files back from her in the FBI office here in Manhattan has been fired. So we expect to see those soon. Anna Paulina Luna, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Did I hear you should go to jail?
Biden was embarrassed by what happened, and he said, leave him up there. I would have said, if you're embarrassed, you got to get him out. Elon is right now preparing a ship to go up and get him.
Well, they're coming home. SpaceX scheduled to land at the International Space Station this Wednesday to rescue the 2 astronauts who have been stuck in space for 9 months. But the blame for the current situation lies at the feet of Joe Biden, who rejected Elon Musk's previous offer to rescue the pair. And even one of the astronauts agrees. Listen.
I can only say that Mr. Musk, what he says is absolutely factual. I believe him.
I mean, Molly, can you imagine?
I know.
You're up there, not a lot to do. All right? I don't think they get Netflix up there at last check. I mean, these guys are stuck. Musk says, I'll go rescue you, and Biden, for political purposes, says no. And we just heard from the astronauts themselves.
I watched this entire press conference. It was fascinating. And I have to say, Butch took all the political questions. He just kind of had this look on his face. He's like, I'll take the mic. Thank you very much. He brought it over. He had a lot of praise for the administration and for Elon Musk at the very beginning of this press conference. But in between those two statements that we just played, where he said, I believe him, where he believes Elon Musk, who is his ride home, by the way, he said, regarding like the back and forth, he said, we have no information on that whatsoever, what was offered, what was not offered, who it was offered to. But he absolutely had Elon's back as far as believing him. He believes that Elon told him.
Just amazing.
That's the way he put it.
Wow. Let's play that.
I mean, the fact that these guys have been in space for what? For months. And to think that allegedly they're saying that the Biden administration didn't want to allow Elon go get them. Too sad. That's uncalled for. That's like unbearable. Just Democrats, yo. Democrat, yo. This is why it's going to be hard, almost impossible to win in 2028 or 2032, or even the midterms in 2026.
Clip, and I want to get your reaction out of this, Taylor. This is MSNBC. They're laughing about the SpaceX explosion because that's MSNBC. Listen.
On Thursday, a SpaceX Starship rocket exploded just minutes into its test flight.
All I could think about was, I can't sing.
No, please don't. That's good. That's good. We got it. We understand how painful that was for y'all out there. My suggestion for Elon, his response to all of this was rockets are hard. And Mr. Musk, if they're so hard, why don't you go back to your day job?
Taylor, this is why
that exploded is very, very different than the Crew Dragon that's going to go get the astronauts, which we should also make crystal clear.
Right.
Sorry, I jumped in. I'm heated about this.
Yeah, you are.
Did you see that documentary, Return to Space, about Elon Musk, who single-handedly saved us? Because it was a whole documentary about how there was no confidence in NASA. There was no confidence in the shuttle program. We just shut that down. Elon Musk put his every last penny on the line through, I believe, 6 or 7 failure after failure. Finally, the 8th launch, he says, this is all I've got. The bank's calling me. My loans are due. I have no money. I'm sleeping on the floor. If this works, great. If it doesn't work, I'm out. I can't do it anymore. And you know what? It worked.
Wow. Steve.
Why? Because fail, fail, fail. You learn from every failure and you eventually succeed. And I love that story. And that is the story of Elon Musk. And by the way, the private sector coming in to bail out a government that can't do it.
It's the story of America, right?
Amen.
That's how we built the greatest nation in history. Entrepreneurs building things, trying things out, experimenting. That's why we're always the first to do all this stuff. And those idiots, I just saw that for the first time. I know this is, we could laugh a little bit about this, but it's not funny. It's incredible. Those people, who the hell do they think they are? They haven't got a clue. Michael Steele, go back to your day job. Does he even realize that for the last 10 years or so, Elon's been building and running a whole range of companies way before Doge? You've got SpaceX, you've got Tesla, Neuralink, right?
Yep.
The brain interface that's helping blind people to see. That's what Elon Musk has been doing as part of his day job all these years before it was politicized. These idiots, what have they ever built in their lives? Honestly, makes me absolutely sick. And that is the Democratic Party today. Anti-American, anti-enterprise, anti-everything that made this country great.
I would like to see the return to pro-space, particularly for America's children. There's a lot of exciting things happened. I was a kid in the 80s. We were super into space. We were drinking the Tang, doing all this stuff. And this is a really exciting time with these private partnerships and what's happening publicly and what we're accomplishing. Remember, for this rocket that blew up, just what was it? A few months ago, there was one that was caught miraculously.
This one was too. They caught this on the chopsticks.
Yeah, and there's another company that just landed back on the moon, not with people. We're going to do that too. That's the Artemis project with NASA. There's a lot to be excited about and not, excited about any disasters along the way.
This was the easiest block ever to host because I didn't have to ask one question. You guys are so fired up about this. This may be why MSNBC has more employees than viewers at this point, right? Because all I know is they used to love Elon Musk before he supported Trump because electric cars going to save the planet.
Your day job, isn't that Tesla?
Exactly.
Like, what are you talking about?
It's the same story every single time. They used to love Trump. They used to love Trump when he used to go on The View. Okay, Trump was actually on The View with Whoopi Goldberg. You know, they had a good time. Everybody used to like Trump. Now everybody used to like Elon. Now they don't like him anymore. They want to burn his cars down. They don't like. I thought it was saving the environment. It was saving the world. But nope. Take a look at this BS. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Take a look at this. Anti-Musk protesters arrested by NYPD for demonstration in Tesla showroom. What are they trying to do? Disrupt the sales? Man, these folks. You can never make this up. You can never make this up, yo. Promise you that. You can never make this up. Bernie.
One of the great progressive trade union leaders in America.
Do you guys want to listen to Bernie Sanders or no? Let me know in the chat. Do you want to listen to Bernie or no? So I gotta know because he has this fight oligarchy. He's having a tour in Warren, Michigan. So this was 2 days ago. So you guys want to watch Bernie or no?
So, brothers and sisters, we got some problems in this country.
This is why I don't really like watching Bernie. We got some problems in this country, brothers and sisters. How do we solve these problems? You just had Joe Biden. What did he solve? We got problems in this country. On day one, you've had problems in this country. Like, who can solve it? Because Joe Biden didn't solve it. Now you have a man who's willing to put his hand in the trenches, get dirty, and get the job done. Still, we got problems in this country.
We have an administration that is leading us to oligarchy, and an administration that is leading us to an authoritarian form of society, and an administration that is leading us toward kleptocracy.
Okay. I gave up. Okay, Bernie, get to the point.
And what I see happening, and I was just in Kenosha yesterday, we were in Altoona, Wisconsin earlier today, I see this incredible do you know how many people we have here? We got a bunch of rooms. We got over 6,000 people.
Bernie got 6,000 people. He said, you see how many we got? You see how many people we got here? When Trump says, people are struggling to come inside. Who wants to give up their seat inside? Have you seen the crowd outside? They're struggling. They want to come inside. People will say, well, Trump is so obsessed about the crowd. Now, nobody's talking about Bernie. Bernie just spoke about his 6,000, the huge 6,000.
So what I see happening all over America is people, not just Democrats or independents, but Republicans as well, saying we fought for too long and too many people died for democracy. We're not going to oligarchy. You know, it's a funny thing that we are right here in Abraham Lincoln High School. And I thank the high school for allowing us to use their facilities. So I want to tell you a little story. In Vermont, on Memorial Day, I usually go to a parade, a beautiful parade, one of the largest in the state, in a town called Vergennes, Vermont, in the northern part of the state. And at the end of the parade, people assemble at the town green, and people give speeches. And the organizers always bring up some kids from the high school to say a few words. And what they ask the kids from the high school to say, one of the speeches, is to recite Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. You all remember that? And let me remind you what he said, because it was really prescient and it was really quite extraordinary. Here he was in 1863, I think it was a few days after the terrible Battle of Gettysburg. Thousands and thousands, maybe tens of thousands of soldiers had died in the fight against slavery. And he looks out on that field, and this is what he says, and you'll all remember this. He said that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to share this information with you guys. Remember when everybody was like, Elon is getting richer because Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States, which was in some way true. However, as of 2 days ago, Elon Musk's net worth has dropped $102 billion in 2 months. His net worth has dropped $102 billion in 2 months. Even though he was having some profit in the early days, which was, November, December, now $102 billion has been lost in 2 months, in 60 days. It's going to be a rough road for Elon, but if it can weather the storm for the good of the country, and I mean, you can't take all the money anywhere anyway, so you might as well use your money to fight for a good cause, which I think he's found his own course and he wants to stay there and journey through it.
Shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. And that is why we are here today. We're here today to, in fact, make sure that after so many people in our country have fought and died for democracy, that we are going to stay a government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
I just hope Benny never just says, I'm running for presidency in 2028, because, bro, come on.
And I want to tell you what we are up against, because you got to know what this struggle is about, and I think you all do. And I want you to think back just 6 or so weeks ago when Donald Trump was inaugurated. Now, think about who the people were. Now, I had a box seat. For whatever reason, I got pushed to the front of that. So I was like 3 feet away. And right behind Trump, sitting behind him, were the 3 wealthiest people in America. Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg.
Everybody wants to be as rich as Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, Mr. Zuckerberg. Sir, Mr. Bernie. Okay? They want to be rich. Everybody wants to have luxury. Everybody wants to live their life where they can provide for their family, feed their wives and their kids, provide, take a trip confidently. Okay? Be able to afford good health insurance. Everybody want to be able to live good. So when you call those people, it's literally, in my opinion, an inspiration to Americans. However, you guys have George Soros. You have all these other folks who just use their own billions for other agendas. Republicans have billionaires donors. Democrats have billionaires donors. So it's not just Republicans. However, according to the books, Elon Musk is the wealthiest human being financially alive, and he happens to be now a Republican. So I guess that's why they're mad.
That's not all. Behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to head major government agencies. In other words, they weren't hiding anything. They were telling the American people and the world that instead of a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, we have now become a government of the billionaire class, for the billionaire class, and by the billionaire class. That is what, brothers and sisters, we are taking on. And I want to say something that I really fully do not understand. Maybe we have some psychiatrists in the audience.
Now, when people say, you know what, billionaires are not going to cater for you, you think they care about you. They don't care about you, bro. They care about themselves. They care about their family. They care about their own money. They care about their own pocket. And that's what I care about, too. My own people, my own family, my own pocket, my own friends, my own relatives. That's what I care about too. So they care about what I care about. My people, they care about their people. I care about my people. However, a billionaire knows how to make money. He's going to, by default, make decisions that would provide opportunity, that would bring money into people's pocket. He's not even trying. That's his life. That's what he knows how to do, to create wealth. How can you give what you don't have? If a sibling calls me up and say, you know what, Genesis, I need money. If I don't have money, I can't give him money. A billionaire is a billionaire for a reason. He's a successful man, okay? He's dealt with life and is won financially. So don't you think it's a billionaire that would be able to repair the economy? Someone who actually knows how money works? I would say yes. I would rather a billionaire teach me about money than a activist who is protesting for equal pay teach me about money. I'm sorry. I respect equal pay. I would protest with you. Matter of fact, I won't protest with you, but I will support you, in prayers. I won't protest with you. But I would rather a billionaire teach me about money than an activist, okay? These folks, what have they truly built? They've been in politics all their lives. They've always been getting paid by this. Elon is an outsider. He's built companies, businesses, tangible businesses, effective businesses, life-changing businesses. I mean, take a look at SpaceX. Rockets going into space. Tesla is building cars that is efficient, that wouldn't hurt the atmosphere. Come on. These folks have nothing on Musk.
And I mean that seriously, Trump. Who can help us here? Because, look, everybody wants to make money. Everybody wants to live comfortably. Nothing new about that. In this country today, in Vermont, breaks my heart, and I'm sure in Michigan, we have major addiction problems, right? We all know people who are addicted to drugs and what's happening to their lives. We know people who are alcoholic. We know people who smoke too much, people who are overweight, eat too much, people who have addictions. But I will tell you what the most serious addiction is in this country.
Okay, here we go.
Boy, it's a smart group of people, that's right. It is the addiction of greed by the billionaire class. Now, you might...
Oh, Bernie, don't do it. You know you got a billionaire donors, okay? You know you got a billionaire donors. Bernie.
I think that if somebody had a few $100 million, had their own jet plane, had their own island, or whatever these guys do, it might be enough. But it is never enough. They are addicted to more and more and more, and they don't care how many people they step over in order to satisfy their greed. And right now, what they are in the process of trying to do, and it's why I'm here in Warren, to stop them, what they want to do is at a time when we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had, when the billionaire class, the people on top, have never, ever, ever had it so good. What they want to do is give over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%, and they do that by cutting $880 billion from Medicaid, over $200 billion from nutrition and other programs that the working class of this country needs. So, in other words, this is the Robin Hood proposal in reverse. Instead of taking from the rich, giving to the poor, they're taking from the poor and giving them to the rich. We ain't gonna let that happen.
Man, please.
And I want to explain for a moment what $880 billion in Medicaid means. It means that when in the midst of a healthcare crisis, millions of children will be thrown off of the health insurance they have. If you have a mom or a dad in a nursing home or somebody who may need nursing home, understand that 2 out of 3 people in nursing homes get there through Medicaid payments. Cut Medicaid, it's going to be harder to get people into nursing homes. Quality of care will deteriorate. We have 32 million people in community getting their health care at community health centers, something that I've worked very hard on, primary health care. 40% of the revenue for community health centers comes from Medicaid. Slash Medicaid, it'll be harder for millions of people to get the primary care, the dental care, the vision care that they need. We are not going to allow them to slash Medicaid in order to give tax breaks to the rich. Now, the reason we are in Warren, and we're in Kenosha, and we're in Altoona, is that all of these congressional districts have Republican members of Congress who won by a very slim vote. Your congressman is Mr. James, John James. Apparently you know Mr. James. So my request of Mr. James is very simple. You know, I'm from Vermont, and I am here doing a town meeting in Warren, Michigan. Mr. James, I think your constituents here in Warren would love to do a town meeting with you. And I think that town meeting should be respectful. People, he has the right to make his case, let him speak. You have the right to ask him questions. And I think the question that is most on people's minds is, why would any member of Congress vote for massive tax breaks for billionaires and then cut Medicaid, education, and nutrition? But Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump are not only going after Medicaid and nutrition programs, they're going after Social Security. I think I speak for every member of the Senate in telling you that we get calls every single day from seniors, people with disabilities saying, I'm trying to reach Social Security, I got a problem, I want to talk to somebody. It's taken forever to do that. In fact, shamefully, some 30,000 people die every year waiting for an understaffed Social Security. They are way understaffed today to approve disability benefits. You got that? So people are sick, they're on disability, takes them forever to get their issue dealt with, and they die in between. What Musk and Trump are proposing are massive cuts to Social Security staffing, which would make it harder for people to get their claims addressed. That would mean more people will die. That is not acceptable. And I'll tell you what else they are trying to do. One of the honors of my Senate life was I chaired for a while the U.S. Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs. And I'm very proud of that, and I had the opportunity to meet people, great veterans, not only from Vermont, but all over the country. And I think no matter what your political view may be, I think there is nobody or very few people in America who would disagree that when a man or a woman puts their lives on the line to defend us, we honor our commitments to those veterans. But at the behest of Mr. Musk, the VA has announced that they intend to lay off 83,000 employees at the Veterans Home. And that will mean for veterans to go into VA health care, a deterioration in the quality of care they get. For veterans who are waiting for their benefits, it will take them longer to get. Now, just yesterday, Veterans of Foreign Wars, the second largest veterans organization in the country, said, quote, we now call upon VA to reconsider its planned reduction of 83,000 employees. The VFW is right. I call on the Trump administration, rescind that order. We are not going to balance the budget on the backs of our veterans or our seniors. I'll tell you something else. In their proposal, the Republican proposal, not only do they have $880 billion in cuts for Medicaid, they have $230 billion in cuts to nutrition programs. Now you tell me, in what universe, in what world, in what religion is it acceptable to give tax breaks to the very richest people and cut food programs for hungry kids? That is disgusting and grossly immoral. Now, obviously, one of the ways you dismantle programs is you cut staffing. You cut massive amounts of workers at Social Security and VA. They can't deliver the services that people need. So right now Trump and Musk are in the process of laying off hundreds of thousands of federal employees. And put yourself, we have any federal employees right here? Yeah. All right. And we thank them for their service. And I can tell you that, and it's not hard to imagine, you're a federal employee, everyone's on pins and needles. They're wondering, they're going to get a letter from Mr. Musk tomorrow telling them that they're gone. People have worked for years. People have done great work. Gone. Out on the streets. Now, I want you to think for a moment. If Mr. Musk can do this arbitrarily fire hundreds of thousands of federal employees. Think about what will happen when the technological revolution of artificial intelligence and robotics really gets hold in this country. Think about it. Everybody knows that this revolution is coming, and that means that many millions of workers in the private sector are going to be displaced. If Musk can simply throw out onto the street, for no decent reason, hundreds of thousands of federal employees, what do you think they're going to do when robotics and artificial intelligence comes? They're going to replace those workers, and they're going to throw them out on the street as well. This is a prelude to what they're going to do in the private sector. Now, I happen to believe that technology unto itself is not a bad thing. If it can result in increased worker productivity, that's great. But what we want to make sure is that workers benefit from that worker productivity increase. We don't want CEOs all over this country who say, hey, we got a machine to replace you. We don't need you anymore. You're out on the street. Now, what we are up against is not only the incredible greed of the billionaire class, we're up against something that we really have never experienced in this country. And I'm not going to stand up here and tell you with a straight face that politicians never lie, never stretch the truth a little bit. Occasionally that happens. But what we're up against right now, and this is enormously important, is we're up against a phenomenon that we have never seen, and that is the big lie. The big lie is not just stretching the truth. The big lie is not just fibbing. The big lie is creating a parallel universe, a set of ideas that either have no basis in reality or in the great scheme of things are nowhere near the most important concerns that the American people have. What some of these people on the right are doing is saying outrageously false statements. They say it over and over again, and then they have the right-wing social media blast it out to hundreds of millions of people until people actually believe it. And then, rather than having the kinds of discussions and debate that we should have in a democratic society, what are the issues? You have your view, I have my view, let's debate it, let's come up to some consensus, or we'll vote on it, whatever it may be. We spend half our lives trying to refute outrageous lies. Let me just give you a few examples, which you're familiar with. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. A lie. All of you remember the terrible January 6th insurrection where they tried to prevent. Well, Trump claimed that that was a day of love, and by the way, pardoned all of those insurrectionists. Trump has claimed that millions and millions of undocumented people vote in American elections. A lie. Trump has claimed that climate change is a hoax originating in China. A lie. And very recently, Trump has claimed that Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia. And I'll give you an idea how bad this is. A couple of months ago, and I was involved in this, there was what we call in Washington a continuing resolution, a CR, keep the government going. And people, Democrats and Republicans, worked together 4 months. And I was chairman of the Health Education Committee, a lot of provisions in there which would have cut the cost of prescription drugs, would have expanded healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. We were involved in that debate. Anyhow, months and months of discussion, debate, arguments, finally an agreement was reached. Literally the day before that was going to be voted on and passed in the House, Mr. Musk sent out on Twitter emails that said there was a 43% increase in salaries for members of Congress. Tell your member of Congress not to vote for it. They're going to get a 43% increase. A total lie. It was a 3.4 inflation. That's all it was. % increase. Total lie. And as a result of what Musk did and the emails that he sent out, the Republicans refused to go forward and that bill died. And it doesn't stop. If some of you have heard Trump's State of the Union speech, he claimed he picked up on something that Musk had started, and that, as you all heard, millions, zillions of people who are 200, 150 years of age, 500 years of age, they're all receiving Social Security benefits. All right, I got two questions. Why would he do that? What is the What is, if you say to people, the average American, you know, that Social Security system is really corrupt. You got all these people there, 200 years of age, they're getting it, it's all corrupt. What is the goal? All right, I can raise one person, raise a hand, I can't hear anybody. Yeah. It's right, yes. Yes. What else you got? Yep. That's right, all right. All of this stuff is to tell you, give up on your government. Government can't do anything. It's all fraud. Social Security is broken. It's fraudulent. Medicare, Medicaid, it's all. And if you do that, what is the end result? The privatization of everything. You're going to give all this stuff over to large corporations. So the truth is that well over 99% of Social Security checks are going out to the people who earned those checks. $70 million people, and nobody who is 150 or 200 gets a Social Security check. Absolute lie. Now, the purpose of all this lying is not just to push his right-wing ideology. It's more than that. It is, and this is big stuff that we got to stay on. What they are trying to do is deflect attention away from the real issues, the very serious issues that the working class of this country is facing. And those are issues that Musk and Trump do not want to address because it's not in their financial interests to do so. So, as a case in point, Trump gave his State of the Union speech. It went on for about 28 hours, I don't know. It was the longest State of the Union, I think it was 100 minutes. And in his 100 minutes, this is what is extraordinary. It's not what he said, it's what he didn't say. He spoke for over an hour and a half, and he almost completely ignored the issues that are keeping working families up at night as they worry about how they are going to survive in these very difficult times. So let's do something radical. You ready to do something radical? Let's do what President Trump did not do. Let us take a real look at what is going on in America today, okay? All right. We are the richest country. We are the richest country in the history of the world. But you know what? 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, unlike Trump, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and I know a little bit about that, as I expect many of you do. So what does living paycheck to paycheck mean? Tell me. Raise your hands. It'd be loud. Yes, right here. It means surviving. How you survive. Yes. It means little money. What does it mean? Yes. Stress. Hold it one at a time. Yeah. Survival. Exhaustion. Well, like fear. Fear of what? A fear of everything. What? Medical care. Yes, ma'am. No money for emergencies. Yes. Making difficult choices. Ma'am. Okay. All right, right there, yeah. No future. All right. Here is the reality. And I think you've all said it in a few minutes. Millions of Americans today are wondering how they're going to be able to pay their rent, and what happens if the landlord raises their rent. What do? Rents are going up all over the country. What do you do if the landlord raises your rent? You got to move? Where are you going to move to? You got to take your kid out of school? Where's it going to go? She's going to go. People are worried that your child or your parent becomes sick. You can't afford to take that person to a doctor, or you cannot afford the prescription drugs that your mom or your kid may need. What's going on today in America is people are worried. Just something as simple, as basic. Your car breaks down. You got an old car, right? Your car breaks down. And the guy at the repair shop says it's going to cost you $1,000 to get it fixed. Now what happens if you don't have the $1,000? You can't get your car fixed. If you can't get your car fixed, you can't get to work. If you can't get to work, you're going to lose your job. If you lose your job, how are you going to survive? That's because millions of people don't have $1,000 in the bank. In America today, and this is a remarkable fact, it is not just that our life expectancy, you all know what life expectancy, how long we live. It's about 4 years shorter than people in other wealthy countries. And we should wonder why that is so. But here's something that is never talked about. Now I want to throw that out to you. I want you to digest it. If you are working class in this country, your life expectancy on average will be 7 years shorter than if you are wealthy. Do you all understand what that is about? That means that being working class in this country in many respects is like a death sentence. If you're rich, you're going to live a long life. You're working class 7 years shorter. Why is that? A stress. All right. What stress is about, stress is not some concept, oh, we're stressed out. Stress is a physiological reaction. And there is, doctors frame it as it's the disease of poor people who have to struggle every single day. Stress wrecks your body, and it has a terrible impact on your mind. If you have to worry every single day, how are you going to survive? How do I feed the kids? How do I pay the rent? What happens if I get a call that I have to be at work at midnight for the midnight shift? If you add all that together, people are living on pins and needles day after day, year after year. Stress kills. And in the richest country in the history of the world, millions of people should not have shorter lives than they otherwise should because of the economy that we have. But it's not just domestic policy that we have got to be concerned about under Trump. we are all proud. I think we wake up in the morning, we know it, it's part of who we are as Americans. We are proud that we are the longest standing democracy in the world. You know? And we are proud, and I mean this sincerely, that all over the world people read our Declaration of Independence, they read the Constitution, and they say, you know what, that's what we want our country to be like, a country that is free, a country that is democratic. But I have to tell you that for the first time in our 250-year history, we have a president who is turning his back on democracy and allying us with authoritarianism. No, Mr. President, Ukraine did not start this war. No, Mr. President, Zelensky is not a dictator. Vladimir Putin is. We must not abandon the people of Ukraine who were invaded by Putin. This country must stand for democracy, not dictatorship. And there is another issue that I have worked long and hard on, and that is, as all of you know, there was a terrible attack by Hamas against Israel. 1,200 innocent people were killed. Israel had a right to respond. But Israel did not have the right to wage an all-out war against the Palestinian people. And as a result of that all-out war, 45,000 people, most of whom are women and children, are dead. And as a result of that war, well over 100,000 have been injured. And as a result of that war, the infrastructure, the healthcare, the schools, the water systems, the wastewater plants in Gaza have been virtually destroyed. Now, tragically, Trump wants to follow Biden's very mistaken policy and provide more weapons to Netanyahu's right-wing extremist government. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that Netanyahu does not get those arms. And while we have got to be very vigilant every day as to what Trump and Musk and these guys are doing and fight back, that is not good enough. It's not good enough just to be on the defense. We have got to play offense as well. And here is a secret that the corporate media will not tell you, and that is the progressive agenda is wildly popular all over this country. It is exactly what the American people want. And at the top of the list, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, you know that we have a corrupt campaign finance system. This is America. Billionaires should not be allowed to buy politicians. It is beyond insane that Musk was able to contribute $270 million to Trump's campaign, and then his reward, he becomes the most powerful person in the government. But it is not just Musk. It is not just Musk and Republicans. It is Democratic billionaires as well. We need to end this disastrous and corrupt campaign finance system. We need to overturn the Citizens United decision. And we need to move to public funding of elections. Billionaires should no longer be able to buy elections. And I'll tell you something else that the American people, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, feel strongly about at a time of unprecedented income and wealth inequality. They don't want the billionaire class to get another nickel in tax breaks. When many millions of our people are trying to survive on starvation wages, the American people understand we've got to raise that federal minimum wage. Today, an abysmal $7.25 an hour to a living wage at least $17 an hour. All over America. We got any trade unionists here? People in unions, raise your hand. All right, thank you. All over this country, workers know that if they're going to earn decent wages, benefits, and working conditions, you got to have a union at your back. Unions have never been more popular than they are right now. But what's going on is that many of these corporations are acting illegally in trying to prevent workers from joining a union. They're threatening them. They're threatening to move the plant to China, take them in back rooms, indoctrinating them, all of which is illegal. That is why we've got to pass legislation I just reintroduced called the PRO Act that punishes companies that act illegally when workers try to form a union. If you can believe it, hard to believe, but it is true, 22% of seniors in America are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less. Half of seniors trying to get by on $30,000 or less. No, Mr. Trump, we ain't going to cut Social Security. We're going to expand Social Security benefits. How many people in this room think our current healthcare system is working? You're right. We are spending twice as much per person on healthcare as the people of any other country. Yet we got 85 million uninsured or underinsured. Many of you have large deductibles, right? All right. We have 60,000 people a year in America dying because they can't get to a doctor on time. All right, they get sick, they wait, they walk in the doctor's office, it is too late. The time is long overdue for this country to do what every other major country does, guarantee health care, all people as a human right. I need your help. We're going to reintroduce Medicare for all. Let's get it passed. Unbelievably, in our broken healthcare system, 1 out of 4 people who get a prescription from their doctor cannot afford to fill that prescription. We pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, sometimes 10 times more than people in other countries. Congress has got to have the guts to take on Big Pharma and make sure that we cut prescription drug costs in this country by 50%. And here's another concept which is not radical. It already exists around the world. It is common sense. We live in a competitive global economy. We need the best educated workforce in the world. It's not just that we need more doctors and nurses and dentists. We need more carpenters and electricians and sheet metal workers. We need more teachers. It is totally insane that when we have a desperate need for skilled workers, educated workers, that young people are going $30,000, $50,000, $100,000 or more in debt to get an education. Instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires, let's make public colleges and universities tuition free. And despite what Mr. Trump may think, climate change, sadly, is not a hoax. It is an existential threat. We can create millions of good-paying union jobs by transforming our energy system into energy efficiency and sustainable energies. And by the way, when we talk about freedom, and I hear that word a lot in Washington, D.C., you know what freedom means? It means that every woman in this country should have the right to control her own body. Now, I know that a lot of folks throughout the country, here in Michigan, are feeling angry, you're feeling frustrated, and some of you may feel a bit hopeless. So let me say this. At this moment in history, this very difficult moment, despair is not an option. Giving up is not acceptable. That is what the oligarchs want you to do. So let us never forget, real change, the change that we have experienced over the hundreds of years of our nationhood, only occurs when ordinary people stand up against oppression and injustice and fight back. That's how change. Change does not take place from the top on down, it's the bottom on up. And I want you to think, in this difficult moment, to understand that this is not the first time in American history that we have faced serious, serious challenges. And I want you, and I don't want to be overly romantic here, but I want you to think back to the 1760s, 1770s, where you had these people here in the colonies, then colonies, and they said, you know what, we want independence. We want to be able to make our own decisions. And they stood up to the entire British Empire, the King of England, the most powerful guy on earth. And you know what? They beat him. I want you to think about the 1830s, 1840s, 1850s, people in the abolitionist movement who said, you know what, slavery must be abolished once and for all from this country. And they were taking on some very powerful people, and we were engaged in a horrible, bloody civil war. But we prevailed. Slavery was abolished. Sean Fain of the UAW was up here a few minutes ago, and I was just thinking, I was reading something today about the labor movement. All of you know anything about labor history, but in the early parts of the 20th century, you know, we had kids, little children working in factories. We had workers working 7 days a week. We had workers who paid horrible wages. And what workers said, they said, you know what, we want to form a union. And what the companies would often do is fire these workers. They would have workers beaten up. Sometimes workers were killed because they wanted to form a union. I was just reading today, I don't know how many of you know this, that in 1936, when people were forming the United Automobile Workers, workers faced enormous opposition from General Motors and the other big automobile companies. You know what workers did? They actually took over GM's factories. They waged a sit-in, and as a result of that, the UAW was formed. As a result of that, other great unions were formed, and the unions helped create the American middle class. They struggled and they won. And we all remember, or read about, the extraordinary bravery of Dr. King and the civil rights movement and their struggle against segregation. We all know the history of the women's movement. Women fought and died for the right to vote, for the right to control their own bodies. It was not an easy struggle. And we got the environmental movement and the gay rights movement. In other words, nobody, Frederick Douglass said that, nobody ever gives you freedom. You got to fight for it. So yes, the oligarchs are enormously powerful. They have endless amounts of money. They control our economy. They own much of the media, and they have enormous influence over our political system. But from the bottom of my heart, I believe that if we stand together, we can beat them. You know, Nelson Mandela made a very profound statement. He said, everything is impossible until it is done. So, you know, like, oh my God, can't happen, it can't happen. Then it happens, oh, no big deal, you know, yeah. Well, all right. So, well, I love you too. So what I want you all to appreciate, that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, if we stand together, if we do not let the right wing divide us up by the color of our skin, or where we were born, or our religion, or our sexual orientation, if we stand together, fighting for an agenda that works for the working class of this country, nothing can stop us. No. It's not Bernie, it is you. I'll do my job, but you've got to do your job. I've just been informed by a staff member that right here in Warren, Michigan today, we have over 9,000 people have attended this event. So I think in addition to this room, we got an overflow room, and then we got an overflow room. And what that tells me is the people not only in Michigan and Vermont, but all over this country, we're prepared to stand up, we're prepared to fight, and we're going to win. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you for tuning in to the live show. I also want us to check out something, but we're going to check it out after this one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the live show. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams and believe in God. I want us to check out another update, but as soon as I end this, we're gonna check that out. But I want us to end this one right here. Anyway, thank you so much. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. As you leave, God bless you.